What's happening, gang? How is everyone doing out there today? It's cold out. Good Lord. It's been freezing here. The frozen tundra of Pittsburgh. Damn. Who wants that kind of chill? Not me. I'm not into it. I'm not doing it. So on screen, I'm like, well, I got a little bit of this, a little bit of that. What am I going to do for breakfast? And I made a executive decision to create a new dish for you. This is a sausage waffle Benedict. How about that? Just made it. Just thought of it. Created it. Made a little of a sort of a maple syrup hollandaise. That didn't work out. It tasted good. It didn't really spread over the egg that well. But hey, what are you gonna do? You know, some microgreens, waffle butter, microgreens, sausages. Those are the some of those maple apple sausages links that I love. And topped it with an egg, and we're all set to go. What do you think? How'd I do? How'd it come out? Where do you buy your microgreens for garnish? You can never find them at the grocery. I find them over by the at the market district where I go. I find them in the over by the fresh herbs. At least that's where they are at my store. They used to have them over by the salad mixes in real small containers. Now those small containers are over by where you find like your chives and dill and cilantro and stuff like that. That is where I find them. But what do you think? A brand new breakfast creation. Never been done. Perhaps the greatest breakfast ever made. I don't know about that, but it was pretty delicious. I can't wait to make some the menema this weekend. The other Turkish breakfast I kind of alluded to on the last show, so that should be good. And that should be spicy and warm my ass up in these frozen temperatures. Bruce G says Lutz is killing it in the kitchen. Well, I have a lot of time right now, so I can take my time cooking. You know, I'm not rushed. But that was pretty good. That was a pretty good breakfast. Kind of just looking at some of the stuff I had, and I'm like, what can I do with some of these ingredients? Waste not, want not. What are the pillars of the Lucha Medic Mark show? Waste not, want not. Say something nice to someone. Do something nice to someone. Be the light you would like to see shining from others. That's another pillar. Omega is best. That's yet another pillar. We have lots of pillars. So we also, yesterday, I made a sea log, a Filipino dish. Because again, I'm like, let's see, what can I do with some of the stuff I have? I have some of this extra super grain bread. I've got eggs. I've got rice. So BW is listening. I had to kind of create my own garlic, kind of crusty garlic topping for it, but I think I did all right. And I had some Spam, so I scored the Spam, fried it in the pan, did up the egg. So basically, you start with oil and garlic, let that cook down a little bit, then put your, whatever you want to season it with. Throw in your rice and mix that up. You don't want to get too crusty or anything. You don't want like a fried rice, but you want to cook through, and you want that garlic flavor and the olive oil to get through there. But at the end, you end up with a delicious dish. In this case, a Filipino sea log. I think I did pretty good. Let's see if BW shows up. We'll ask him to ask his missus if she thinks it looks official. But it was pretty tasty. It was pretty tasty. Made a little bit of that. They gave a little bit of that to Mom as well. She liked it. She's not a big Spam fan, so she just kind of got rice and eggs, but she seemed happy with it. But it was delicious. What else did we have going on here yesterday or the day before? Since I've seen you last. Oh, God, look at this guy. That's my blind double-dapple dachshund, Sherman. Sleeping in my armpit. What a guy. He nuzzles up in there, sitting in the recliner. He nuzzles up in there and just right to bed. Right to sleep. He loves it. He's an armpit dog. And he's cute. And he's smart because he moves his bed over the heating grate to keep warm on these frigid, cold days. And it is frigid and cold. It's terrible. It's so terrible that I renamed my watch the Omega Aqua Tundra. Because we've had so much snow and so much cold and so much bad weather. Gonna go out and move snow every day and clear cars and terrible. So there you have it, the Aqua Tundra. Who doesn't love a good nickname? Speaking of which, that is on the wrist. Beauty. Absolute beauty. I actually got a compliment on it yesterday at the store. Woman said, "I love your watch. It's beautiful." Well, thank you. I tend to think the same. It really could be a one and done kind of watch. The Aquaterra is a great watch. Really does a lot. When you factor in 150 meters worth of water resistance, so it really is you can literally swim in the thing. The coaxial movement, so you're getting 8 to 10 years between services. The lyre lugs, which are beautiful. That new amazing bracelet. It's a pretty good deal. Cannot tell a lie. It's a pretty good deal. Show a quick. Where is it? There it is. Show a quick vid. Look at that thing. Beautiful. That bracelet is amazing. Like I said, when I first felt it, I was like, wow, really light. They cheapen it? No, they made it light and comfortable. It almost feels like you're not wearing anything. It's a 41 millimeter watch. It's not small by any stretch of the imagination, but that bracelet is really good looking. It has, Buckley says he thinks it looks like the presidential. It has those vibes, but it's a butterfly. It's light. It's a little different. It's not an exact ripoff of it, but it's just comfortable. I can see why people like that bracelet. And honestly, see why that would be popular. We got 10 people watching. Wow. 10 people on a Thursday morning, and only 4 upvotes, and 2 of those are mine. Ugh, that's terrible. Terrible look to like view. Please, please, please hit the upvote. I'll keep linking the Zoom Jigger. There's the creamsicle. I had another picture of that. Maybe I didn't. I thought I had taken another picture of that yesterday. It might have been on one of the other platforms. Who knows? Who knows? But this thing today, delicious. So, what's going on out there in the world? Matthias! Good to see Mathis. What a guy. Hard-working dude. Good dude. Mathis is one of those guys that's like, not only does he do a lot of stuff behind the scenes for the colony, he he's a instructor for, I can't remember the discipline, but martial arts instructor, and he has a job doing lighting. I love when he posts the pictures of his lighting, this stuff he creates. It's pretty cool. No wonder he's popular. Mathis, what do you think of my breakfast? Does this match what you might be getting at a is this better than some of those Cuban breakfasts you're often showing us? Tough call. Tough call. Keep putting the link down for anybody who wants to jump on. The link is pinned for the PayPal as well. If anybody wants to help with the medical coverage, appreciate that. But you are not required to. These are not requirements, but it's there in case somebody wants to use it. You thank BW and Bruce and some people for telling me to set that up and for donating so that they're not getting hit for the 30% that YouTube is taking. What are you going to do? It seems like a lot. What's happening in the world of watches today? Anything exciting? I thought I saw some kind of tag news again. Let's see if I can find anything on it. Oh, no. That's disheartening. Let's see. Brian.
Mark.
What's happening?
It's freezing, man.
Yeah, it is. What's the temperature down there?
40.
40
and rainy.
It kind of got into the low teens here yesterday, but when it warmed up a little bit of a breeze came through and just made it feel even colder. Terrible.
Yeah, so I'm an idiot.
All right, what'd you do?
I got to go stand outside in that for 9 hours tonight.
Oh, is this a volunteer shift? Was this a pickup?
No, this is I'm stupid and I wanted a part-time fun job.
Oh, yeah. Well, then there's that.
Yeah.
How's that work out?
That's just purely me being stupid.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll be complaining over the summer too.
Yes, it's true. It's going to be extremely hot and sweaty and humid.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah, you know that skeleton that's pouring the water, pouring the booze in him and you can see it go straight through?
Yes.
I'll be pouring water straight in and it'll be leaking out every pore.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we should pull this up. Oh, God. Ryan, what has the world come to?
Huh? I quit. I give up on watches. I'm done.
I think I'm done. Why?
What?
Oh my, what's the tennis? Blancpain Scuba 50 Fathoms Pink Ocean is very pink. Yes, it is. Why? Did anyone ask for this?
Well, let me tell you. Wait, hang on a second. Hang on. Don't go anywhere. Oh my God, it's a donut tribute to me. It's a watch tribute. Look, it's the same color. Hey.
It's Donnie Donuts edition. Oh my.
Yeah, yes, it is.
Why? Did we ask for this? Did anyone ask for this?
Yes, it's the exact same size as my hole, so I can fill my hole.
You put it in your hole. There you go. So now we know where to put it. That's terrible looking.
Okay, it's too cold for that.
It's just, I don't know. It's not. I don't even think it's like breast cancer related or anything. I think they just wanted to make pink. I don't see anything about like charity or anything here.
I think they're appealing to a different demographic than us middle-aged, soon-to-be older white guys.
Yes. Even the Oris Pro Pilot X Miss Piggy Edition plays on the safe side next to this new scuba. They say. Well, they did it. They did that. Available February 1st, 400 euros. Oh, man. 42.3. Non-limited. So you'll be able to get, don't worry about running out. Oh, damn.
Good. I was so worried about having to run out in this cold to go buy it before it sold out.
Yes.
Oh, speaking of sold out, the Swatch Group. Thank you.
Thank you, Swatch Group. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mathis, you pumping it with your hot tub?
That's right. That's right.
Are you on your way to the Swatch store to buy a new pink Blancpain Swatch?
I don't know nothing about that, but how is it? How is it 40 degrees where Brian is and 60 degrees where I am and 110 in my hot tub?
It has to do with geography, Mathis. It has to do with geography.
Brian, call out tonight. All right, you got a Royal Oak. Call out of work.
I may wear the Royal Oak to work tonight because nobody will see it because I'll be wearing so many layers it won't matter.
I'm so sorry, Brian.
Yeah. Mathis, how was senior bingo this morning?
Oh, it was great. It was great. I cheated. You know,
I cheated.
I got my money back.
Yeah, and now she's back home taking a nap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be listening from the hot tub, boys.
All right, man. Oh, well, excuse me, guys.
I don't know what's douchier, that pink Blancpain or Mathis coming on sitting in a hot tub outside.
Well, you know, what are you going to do? It's Mathis. It's what he does. It's his thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want him to take his boat around to the other side and go fishing in the Gulf of America.
America.
Gulf of America.
America.
So yeah, there's that has come out. I thought I saw on Instagram another new tag, but maybe it was an older tag that I just didn't see before. I don't see one anywhere in the news other than those F1s we looked at the other day and the glass box purple.
I like a purple box.
It's actually a pretty watch.
Unfortunately, it's a Tag Heuer.
Yeah.
I like that watch. That is good looking.
It is good looking. Those new glass box, they've done a lot of good, cool, interesting things lately to kind of pull them out of the doldrums. Dr. Bob with good advice for everyone. You garnish a steak with more steak. Screw those microgreens, Logan Hall.
Ooh.
Wow. He's not a fan of my microgreens, Brian.
And Dr. Bob's cranky because he's about to go to bed.
Oh. Well, that makes sense. Blow my nose again because I've been fighting this cold, and then it's so cold outside. It's ridiculous. And take Mom over to get some tests done yesterday afternoon. It was freezing.
Oh.
Hated it. And then went and did another holy hour. Because why not?
The only reason I got out of bed this morning when I did was so that I could get up and wash my favorite socks and long johns so that they were nice and clean for today.
Yeah, it's a good thought. It's a good thought.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go look on. I thought maybe it was on Instagram. I saw that. We'll go look over there real quick, see if I can find that watch that I saw. There it is. The Heuer Chronosprint.
The who to what?
Yeah, that's what I said. A tribute to our mutual passion for innovation, the new Tag Heuer Chronosprint times Porsche Rally showcases an exclusive element to the Porsche partnership. In-house PH 20-08 chronograph movement visible through the sapphire glass case back, which, in case you're wondering, looks like that.
Oh.
Steering wheel shaped rotor. And the unique Chronosprint movement exemplifies the perfect fusion of Porsche's engineering excellence and Tag Heuer's groundbreaking craftsmanship, Brian.
Groundbreaking.
Yes, they've broken some ground here.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said. They
Yeah.
popped up this morning. I was like, huh.
Okay.
I mean, it's another glass box Carrera. It's motorsport themed, which we're just going to be inundated with that now that they're the sponsor for Formula One.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Sorry. That's all I can say to it is okay.
Dr. Bob says, I bet the Brian has the long johns with the trap door in the back. Ooh.
No. Trap door in the front.
Oh, there you go.
Because when you get a cold air, burst of cold air down there, you need access to that pretty quick.
Yes.
When you got to go, you got to go.
So the Thelonious Monk says, what's cool about that tag is the way the chronograph works. How does it work, Thelonious Monk the Fourth?
You push the button and start and stop it.
I don't know. It really doesn't say much here. Let's see. Steering wheel shaped rotor involves the innovative central seconds hand, which accelerates through the first 15 seconds of each minute before slowing to complete the precise minute. 80-hour power reserve. This unique Chronosprint. Huh. So I'm confused.
Why would it accelerate?
Yeah, why would you want the first 15 seconds to accelerate? I mean, it's cool that they can do it, but it's kind of like when everybody would yell about my Zenith. That why do you need that hand that runs that fast?
Yeah.
So I guess it runs through the first 15 seconds in 8.4 seconds? Seems like a bad way to time things.
Huh?
What am I missing? 10K tag. Tag Heuer seek help. That sounds complicated and ridiculous, says Dr. Bob. Yeah, it's weird. I don't understand. I don't get why. I don't. What am I missing? I know I'm probably missing something, but it's like the new math, Brian. I don't always understand it. Perhaps it totally makes sense and I just don't get it. Bonus Monk says it's designed to time 0 to 60 runs. Okay. But why go faster? Why do the first 15 seconds faster? How is that timing? I don't know. I'm confused. I'm confused. And I'm probably just missing something. I'm not afraid to admit it. Let me see if I can find some kind of article on this thing that might explain it better.
I'm trying to find it on their website.
Yes. Yeah, let's see.
No, that's not it.
Let's try.
What do they call this one? The
It's Chronosport was already taken. And Chronoswitch was already taken. Chronosprint times Porsche.
Born for the Track. Here it is. Okay. Inspired by the Porsche 911 that distinguished itself in 1965, the black shimmery dial features bold red, black, and beige markings, mirroring the colors of the iconic race car. Its mythical acceleration from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in just 8.4 seconds has showcased on the dial a subtle nod to the thrill of this historic racing feat.
So the Thelonious Monk report says, so the first 10 seconds sweeps through 30% of the motion, so it's easier to read, like 4.5 seconds or something like that. Okay. So it makes it easier to read that. All right. Hey, I'm going with what he said. Lord knows I don't know.
All right, yeah, so the 10-second mark on the chronograph is between 4 and 5 o'clock.
I see that on this picture here.
And then it must, somewhere around the top, get caught up to the 60.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all right. That's interesting. Is it necessary? I don't know. Is it interesting? Sure. I mean,
very interesting.
Yeah, it's better looking than the stuff they've been putting out. And at least it's not a Mario Kart watch.
This would be much better if you were timing bull riding, because all you need to do is get to 8 seconds.
Ah. But wouldn't that be cheating if it got to 8 seconds quicker?
Well, yeah, like it's got animation of it doing it. So the first 10 seconds of its run are pretty quick. Then it goes into a deceleration around 15. And then decelerates even further when it gets up around 40 or 50 to make it a 60-second round trip.
Huh. Well, okay. I'm gonna look.
I think this is guaranteed to break within the first year.
10,250 on the bracelet. Damn. There's a lot of different watches you can buy for that kind of money. I do love, however, how the tag website sets whatever watch you're looking to the correct. Yeah, it slows down right around 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Huh. It sets itself to the correct time. I think that's kind of cool.
That's pretty cool. And it's got the correct date.
Yeah. It just seems like that hand is moving so slow now. Like at least on the Zenith, it just spins through 10 seconds. You know what I mean? This one, it just seems to be crawling after that initial burst.
Now their website seems to be about 2 or 3 seconds behind my Apple, the clock on my iPhone.
That could be your internet connection.
It could be a delay in case of a terrorist attack.
Yes.
Or nudity.
See, there it goes. Boom, 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 boom.
Look, honey, I'm timing sex. It was 25 seconds. I got all the way down to the 25.
Good morning, Goldfinger. Good morning, BW. BW, I do have a question to ask you here in a second. It says the gears on the Chrono have lobes kind of like a camshaft to speed it up and slow it down. It's quite gimmicky, but I mean, half the industry is. It's true. It's true, Thelonious Monk the Fourth. It's very true. BW, I needed that. You might need to screenshot this. Hold on. See if the missus approves of my Filipino sea log I made yesterday. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool. It's kind of gimmicky. It's neat. It's different. I'm not talking about my breakfast. I'm talking about the watch. So I made my own garlic. The only thing I could find in a garlic oil kind of thing was the super spicy stuff. So I kind of made my own with some roasted garlic and some olive oil, and I just kind of let that sit for a while. It was a little crunchy, but hey, I tried. Why? Thank you. Yeah, I tried to make it work, but what are you gonna do? Brian, I'm making another Turkish breakfast for Sunday's show. Menemen.
Great. I'm still a fan of my French breakfast.
Yes, it is a spam sea log, Dr. Bo. I got the idea from Sam the Cooking Guy, one of my go-tos for. So I like him in general because he's kind of sarcastic and such, but he makes interesting food. But he does these breakfast around the world, shows where he'll highlight a breakfast from somewhere, and that always makes me happy because I'm always trying to make breakfast from around the world. But we're gonna make menemen this Sunday, which looks delicious. And that idea actually came from somewhere else. So we'll see. We shall see. Or maybe it did come from him. I can't remember. Basically, it's onions, peppers, tomatoes, and eggs. And it makes a big gooey pan of this stuff and cheese. And then you just dip your toast into there. I think it should be fun. But back to the tag. So, well, we're on the slow side of the second. The chronograph hand counting down. You wake up here in about 12 seconds, everybody. Because when we get to the top, it's like a roller coaster. It's the perfect Disney watch. Because you get to the top, boom, 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 boom. You're climbing up the hill. You're climbing up the hill. You're climbing up the hill. You're climbing and climbing. And you're going to crest the hill, Brian, and then
poof.
Vroom. There it goes. Now you're on the downside. And then around 20 seconds, they start hitting the brakes, so you stay on the tracks. And going slowing down. There you go. Back up the hill. Boom. There you go. You hit the chain. Pulling you up the hill slowly. It appears, Dr. Bob, this is their animation of it. It appears that it does this at the top of every minute.
Yeah.
I don't know that they would be able to do it, that it only did it on the first minute.
Yeah, I think the way that cam is shaped, it's got to be the first.
Yeah.
It's got to be the first part of each minute.
Yeah. BW says that's a nice watch. It is. I don't know if it's a $10,000 watch, but it's a nice watch. But it's kind of neat, I guess. But like I said, everyone made fun of the fidget spinner Zenith that I had. This is even more weird. At least the fidget spinner ran in 10-second intervals. This just seems to like
This is a completely broken version of your fidget spinner.
There you go. And there you have it. Straight from the mouth of Brian.
Broken. Busted.
Broken. It's broken. It's good looking back with the steering wheel rotor. Looks like a butterfly clasp. Kind of weird through the window. Look at it. The dial's interesting. It's not super plain. All kinds of red highlights on it. Some kind of print on the dial itself. Good news, you can use credit, debit, PayPal, or Apple Pay to buy one.
Oh, now I'm in.
Oh, this is a 42 mil. So it's not the standard 39 that you normally find on glass boxes.
That's even better.
Yeah. Dated 6. Again, just going with Swiss, not Swiss made. I don't know if that means anything. It looks like it's limited to 911 pieces. It is truly a tribute to the 911. Comes with an extra strap and a car.
Your attention, please. Your attention, please. We are now paging 911 dummies with too much money and a Porsche car to purchase this watch. Thank you.
Perfect. Huh. It's got some loom.
Does it have creamy loom?
No.
Oh.
Looks like just the hands. Boo!
Oh shit! Now we got Mark pissed. Damn.
Booing.
Damn.
Huh. Yeah, now you got boos coming.
Wow. We're talking intense here.
Man. Is this the equivalent? Here, we'll put it into the parlance of the week. Is this weird second counting chronograph hand the equivalent of a third gender? You know, you have the male, which is your standard counter. You have the female, which would be your 10-second fidget spinner, and now we have yet another gender of watchmaking, of watch production. I don't know. It's weird. It's kind of weird. I'm not a fan of just the hands being loomed. I like some loom, Brian.
I can't see at night anyway. What do I care?
Oh shit. Let's see here. Where? Oh, here you go. Boom. I want a fully loomed bezel. Hands, indices. Give me the loom, Brian. Give me the loom. Like that. It's not a great picture, but at least you see that the bezel is loomed. Actually, one of the things that on their dive watches, I like that Omega does, the blue loom, but green on the pip and the minute hand for timing. I mean, not that anybody's ever timed. Nobody's wearing these to dive or anything, but it's kind of cool.
Yeah, nobody cares.
Yeah, I care. I like it.
If they really cared, they wouldn't be buying Omegas.
Why?
They'd be buying Zins.
They'd be buying Zins. That was Tuesday's show. We did the Zin show.
Yeah, I kind of listened to while I was doing some other stuff.
Logan all says, "Give me the loom, boys. Free my soul." I like it.
I want to get a watch with a nice glow.
Yeah, see, Brian's adding lyrics. It's who's that? Dobie Gillis? Is that who signed that song? Cloud Ken says, "Hi Mark, best Southern turquoise watch, Tudor Chrono versus the Patronus Mark 20. It's the Tudor Chrono. The Mark 20 it just kind of looks like a rip off of Brian's watch. Like
they're both rip-offs of my watches.
yeah, the at least the flamingo blue Tudor is its own thing. We'll pull those up, but
Nobody asked for a color of a watch that is named after a bird that does not exist, and nobody asked for a Tag Heuer that runs weird every minute.
are you sure?
Nobody
did. All right.
I heard all the questions and nobody asked.
Nobody asked. So cool things. I like that they put it on the 5-link. Yeah. If you like the colors, I mean, these watch companies have done a lot. Yeah, whether it be the OPs or the Omega Aquaterra shades, or even the new, turquoise. But aside from thinking this one's the best one, I like the Tudor. I do like the Tudor more. It is so let's pull up the Mark 20. George isn't listening, is he? He'll be mad.
No, he's working.
George hates when I pull up the IWCs. He's just not a fan. So, Brian, your watch is so far superior to this. And one of the things that makes the Mark 20 an interesting watch is it's got just enough polish on it normally. Whereas the titanium on this is just looks like it's pretty much media blasted maybe. And no polish really. And just, I think it kind of planes it out a little bit.
Mine doesn't have any. Mine's all blasted.
Yeah, but your watch has a chronograph and some other things to make it interesting.
Yeah, it's got the day and the date.
Yeah, this is very plain.
If you switch the strap off to the textile strap, that would look better right away.
Yeah.
For us old people that aren't Mathis laying in a hot tub.
Yeah. Like if you look at a regular, it's the sunburst style, the polish, the mix of brush and polish. That's what kind of makes that watch. Because it's not a very exciting watch in general. It is a rather plain Flieger, and it's a small Flieger. It doesn't even have the interesting crown. But if you go find Brian's watch,
you really do need polished parts on a pilot's watch. I'm telling you, it's really important.
It's very important, but it does help the overall aesthetic of the watches. It's but like your watch, much more interesting, and an open case back, which is interesting. There it is.
You just like mine because it's got more knobs and pushers on it.
Whoa, I love knobs and pushers. I mean, I think we've established that. Yeah. But when you look at the dial, even just the dial, the chronograph, the day, the date, it just makes it better. And then you get 2 straps with it, so you can get this strap, which is much better. This is a much better strap. You get the open case back. You get the, there's just so much more to that watch, mechanically and aesthetically, that the other one just sort of makes it meh.
I think in your honor, that's
plastic pink Blancpain Chrono that seconds weirdly. Yes, exactly.
In your honor, I think I'll wear that tonight to work.
Ah, there you go. That's a great watch.
Nobody will see it under the 3 layers that I'll be wearing.
3 layers of clothing. No.
Yeah.
But it's a great watch. I mean, it's a good looking watch. It's interesting. It's got a cool chronograph.
You know what I was actually thinking?
What's that?
On the way to work, I could swing by the bank and pick up the Nautilus, because today would be a good day to wear it, because I'll be under 3 layers and 2 layers of gloves.
Yeah.
And only I would know. Yeah. It's the same thing that, like what's under my pants. I'm the only one that knows how big that is. Yeah.
Yes. Well, Mrs. Pipe probably has an idea.
Yeah. I don't let her anywhere near a measuring tape or.
She's not allowed to have any sort of measurement devices in the bedroom.
No.
Oh, geez. Good morning, John D. Dr. Bobsheimer says they should make a 3-hander time-only watch that runs slow and loses an hour in the morning, but then speeds up and makes up for it by lunch. That would probably be some sort of Grand Seiko.
You know, they could actually do a coffee brewing watch because it would calculate, it would run faster with the intensity of the caffeine, because when you're brewing a cappuccino, when you're brewing an espresso or even your K-cup, most of the caffeine is expressed in the first 8 to 10 seconds of the run. Everything else is just water to get to the right flavor.
Yeah.
So you could do that.
John D says he agrees with George. He said the best version of IWC is not an IWC. Friends don't let friends buy IWC.
I've got the one I like, and that's all I've got.
There you go. But this is a much better, than the Mark 20 at least. Oh yeah, so you get the column wheel with the vertical clutch. I mean, it's a great chronograph movement. What's the power reserve on this thing now, Brian?
40, 50 hours, something like that. Who knows?
Because this is the new movement in case that they came up with. So it has 100 meters worth of water resistance.
Yeah.
And let's see if it says in your power reserve 46 hours. Okay, yeah. So this doesn't have the 5-day power reserve that the new 3-hander has.
No, but it's got to push that day wheel and the date wheel. That sucks up a lot of power.
All those chronograph hands.
Yeah, and let's talk about it seriously. We're watch collectors.
Yes,
I've got 12 watches in my standard rotation of stuff.
Okay.
I very rarely need power reserve, because by the time I've put a watch down and gone back to it, it might be a week or 2 weeks later.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to pick it up and reset it. So what the hell do I care what the power reserve is?
Yeah, that's true. It's fair.
Whatever.
$7,500 for this one there, John D. 6, right around 6, I think, for the Patronus Mark 20. And again, it doesn't seem like enough of a difference. You're not getting nearly as much on the Mark 20. You're not getting the chronograph, you're not getting the extra strap, you're not getting the exhibition case back, you're not getting extra pushers.
And if you want, you can get the pink strap option if you buy it down in Miami.
Yes, that as well. But of the 3 turquoise watches that have recently come up, let me go back to the Mark 20. Hold on. All right, so you have the new Mark 20 Mercedes AMG Patronus Formula 1. I think it's really plain. Even with the colors, it's that matte dial, the matte case, the only one. I don't think you don't get a second strap with this one. You actually got 3 straps with yours, right? Because you got an all black rubber too, didn't you?
Yeah, I also paid full retail for it.
Yeah.
Right before it went under retail on the pre-owned.
So you're looking at this one at $6,100, and I think it's underwhelming. Next is the Tudor. So the Tudor, the flamingo blue, if you will. I think it's much better looking than that. A few hundred less, $5,875. Still not a cheap watch, but you do get some extra pushers and stuff. But I like the color way better. I like the case better. I like the bracelet. I think it's a more interesting watch. The touch of red. that is a wiener as far as I can see between those two. And then you go to my watch, which is the other kind of turquoisey release.
Are you sharing screens, or are you just ignoring us?
Well, I could be ignoring you.
Okay.
Did I not share the Tudor screen? No, I didn't. Sorry. Okay, so here's your Tudor. Sorry about that. That's why I have a producer on board, Brian. Thank you. So yeah, you get the full turquoise dial with the touch of red, with the the chronograph. The dial is better, the bracelet's better, the case is better with a little bit of polish.
Clasp is fantastic.
Clasp is amazing on these. I agree. And then the other new release turquoise would be my watch, the Omega. So what are the advantages of this one?
You can't tell what the hour is because it's got a stubby hour hand that you can't find on the dial.
You know what? Former Mrs. Lucha loved the stubby hour hand. Dun dun.
That should be an indication right there.
So
right there.
Yeah, I mean, there's that, but so you pick up 50 meters of water resistance, you pick up the coaxial escapement, you pick up the new cool bracelet. It does have the comfort setting, which some people like, some people don't. And I will tell you this, Brian. I've owned a number of Aquaterras.
Yeah.
The crowns traditionally is hard to manipulate. Like you could literally it was a very sturdy crown, but hard to move around, hard to get it moving into that kind of, just even to wind it was tough. The crown on this new one is so much better. So they addressed the bracelet, which I thought they should put this bracelet on the 41 anyway. They addressed having a comfort setting if they're going to if they're stuck on a butterfly clasp, at least give me some sort of either micro adjust or comfort setting, which they did. And they addressed the crown, which was terribly hard to manipulate before. And this one's just smooth as smooth can be.
It's smooth as silk.
There you go.
It's as silky as Rick James. Hello, baby. How you doing?
Treble says, I like the Mark 20. Very nice bracelet. Yeah, in general, I really do like the Mark 20, but I don't like that new Patronus one. You can't get the new Patronus one on a bracelet. Even if you bought a bracelet, it's not going to match because the media blasted titanium case. So turquoise type B would look cool. Yeah. Dissertation defense in support of spending money at IWC would fail all standards of intellectual accountability. Damn, Brian. John D's coming out hot on your IWC. He is not a fan.
Okay. He probably likes pink plastic swatches.
Well, John D, we started with this thing. This $10,000 Carrera chronograph, but you need to go. If you weren't here early, you do need to see the way that this chronograph hand operates, because right about now it really slows down. Boom. And it climbs the hill. It's almost like it just doesn't have enough power. It feels like it doesn't have enough power to get up the hill, even though it's running at the right seconds there. Because of the way it runs on the first 30 seconds, it just seems like slow, like it's broken, like it's like tugging to get up there. But then once you get up, oh, come on, you can do it. You can do it. Go, 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 go.
It runs downhill fast.
And I think I can. You get to the top of the hill and
I can't.
Ooh. I don't understand. but then it really doesn't slow down until it starts slowing down after 25 seconds. It's weird. And then 35 seconds, I think, is where it 33 seconds maybe, where it gets to kind of normal movement. Very strange. And that's $10,250. Oof, not a fan. What does intellectual mean? Tag's a hard pill for me to stomach, but that's better than the IWC by a hair, he says. By a hair.
Oh, I could use a hair too.
Yeah, I could use a lot of hair. Yeah. Look at all. I think my watch is running fast. Oh, wait, it's slowing down. Oh, wait, no, it's running fast again.
It's running fast. It's running slow. It's running slow. It's running fast.
It's terrible. I don't know what to do. I don't know what it is. I've got nothing going on. It makes sense.
It's running fast. Oops. Slow.
Oops. Slow down. So we will know in the probably early next week, I would hope, if we're going to have a about the job.
Ooh.
Potential job. So
how many people you got watching this?
We've got 18 people watching.
All right, I'm going to send you 2 links.
Okay.
Don't do anything until I put the second link in.
All right.
In the private chat. So the first link is there. Then I'm going to give you the second link here in just a little bit. Hang on. I got to get to it. That's a really bad photo.
Oh, Brian.
Wait, I just
I didn't show it.
Don't. Well, I'm going to show the bad photo.
All right.
I'm going to share the bad photo.
Cool.
Because it's really overwashed or washed out or something.
Yeah.
I would like the chat's opinion. Price is almost identical on these 2. The one that I'm going to show that has the bracelet would have to come off the bracelet. Possibly.
Okay.
Which one does the chat like best? Price doesn't matter. They're equivalent. So now, Mark, you got to bring up 2 split screens and put them side by side.
Oh, God, Brian, I don't know that I can. I don't know if I have that technology.
You can do anything you want.
Well, I don't know. Honestly, I don't think I can. I think I'm going to have to show this one time. Well, I could do it on my when I did the show off my MacBook. I could do all kinds of stuff that I can't do on the iMac, which is weird. But that being said, here's the first one.
There's the first one.
The Mont Blanc Nicholas
Nicholas French guy
chronograph anniversary edition.
Now this is a manual winding version with a date wheel in the center.
Yes. We've looked at variations of this watch before because was it watches on wood?
Yes, the asshole.
But very, very cool.
These are chunky monkeys for me. They're like 14.5 to 15.2 millimeters thick. They're mono Pusar chronographs.
Nice.
It's a big one.
Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool though. I like it. Now let's look at the second one.
We'll look at the second one.
Boom.
This one has a day-date function and is a jump hour or rising hour because I think the hour moves slightly.
Okay.
And so this is an automatic winding. This
which I
one,
am in favor of.
this one in particular comes with a jingly jangly bracelet that is way too short for any real human. So
Okay.
that's why it's kind of priced the way it is.
Yeah. I mean, I normally sway to the side of the automatic, but I actually like aesthetically the other one better.
That's the way I'm kind of leaning too, is because it looks a little more steampunkish.
Yeah. It's cool looking. That one's cool looking. I like that. I like cool looking. Anthony, our good friend Anthony, thank you. He says, first one for sure. That's what 521 Type A says, I didn't know they made pocket watches anymore.
Yeah.
Does have that little kind of aesthetic. Kyle D says, how can you be okay with an MB but not Omega? First one is better, but that's a hard sell, man.
I can be okay with Mont Blanc because it's owned by the Richemont Group and not the Swatch Group.
Brian is a Swatch Group hater.
Although I have
Swatch Group.
4 in my collection right now.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, it's a love-hate relationship.
None of them are currently available on the market. So.
I like this one better. I really do. I just the aesthetics of the watch. Say, look at this one. There's a good close-up of the dial on that one. And then let me go back to the other one. Show that one.
Yeah, the other one, I like the little bit of open heart. Yeah, or open dial design on the other one. The other one's going to be easier to set because it's just a date as opposed to a day date.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping to find a skeletonized or slightly skeletonized version of the rising hour, but I don't think they wanted to do that because that hour wheel is huge.
Oh, yeah.
So,
and that's one of the things that makes this one cool is that slightly skeletonized version.
Yeah.
I like this. I like this one better, Brian.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, chat. At least it's not an IWC.
It's true. It's true. Kyle D says, if you want a Mont Blanc, buy a pen, for God's sakes. John D agrees. Treble says the first is better looking, but maybe the second because I've never owned a jumping hour. Yes, my opinion is no use to you. What does this retail for new? Do you know, Brian?
10 to 12.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're not holding their value.
No, definitely not. But they're kind of cool looking. It's different, you know. Maybe easier to set, but not easier to sell when it comes time to sell. I don't know how much you're gonna lose on a $4,000 cool looking Mont Blanc. You know what I mean? Like how much?
Yeah. Now, if that would be a watch that I would wear.
Kyle D says the Florida cold has affected Brian's cognitive ability.
Yep.
See, that's the thing. We've talked about being intellectual, about being cognitive. Watches are your watch hobby is none of those things. It's much more about what the heart wants. The heart wants, you know.
Yeah, we're paying overpriced stuff for technology that hasn't been improved in 100 years.
Yeah.
Stupid. We're dumb.
We're dumb. 521 Type A says, are those in-house movements in these watches?
Yeah, they're Minervas.
Okay.
They got access to this watch.
Oh, you told me.
To the reissue of these when Richemont bought the Minerva group or the Minerva factory.
Yeah. Either you or Watcher Wood said that when we first brought it up. Now that I recall.
Yeah. which means nobody can fix them locally. So if it gets fixed, if I have to pay for a repair on a $4,000 watch, forget it. I'll just throw it away.
Oh, there you go.
Which is the thing that a lot of people don't consider when they're looking at in-house versus outhouse movements.
Yes. I don't have a problem with Solitas and Eddas and stuff like that. Never really bothered me for that reason. But they have a GMT one, Brian.
Oh, I know.
Well,
It's actually they have a GMT version. They have a dual time version. They got all kinds of stuff. I haven't seen one of the GMT versions for sale on the pre-owned market, though.
here's one right here.
No, that's the dual time.
Oh, it says GMT.
Yeah, they lied. It's not a
Right.
GMT. It's a dual time. It's got a hidden hand.
Rat bastards.
Yeah. I'm a purist.
Yes. That's the same thing.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. All right. Fooled us. Hey, there's that watch that I like.
There is a open heart GMT version, but I think it only came in precious metal.
That would not be as good of a deal.
Yeah, and a homie ain't paying precious metal prices for this fun watch.
Yeah. John D says for $3K, Mont Blanc isn't terrible aesthetically. It's cool. I like the lugs. I like the dial layout.
The lugs look like they went over to JLC and said, "Hey, give us a mid case, please."
Can we get some lugs?
Yeah. And throw. Can we get a mid case and throw your ugly lugs on it too?
Yeah, try some lugs on that sucker.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, we'll be over here.
We're the building with the white stuff on top.
We'll be over here building something that someone wants less than a JLC.
Hard to believe, but
you guys are gonna love this. I really like this watch. I'm pretty sure it was Watch on Wood that originally tipped us off to these, and I was actually kind of impressed with the look of this thing, especially.
I had managed to get these out of my system about a year or so, or year and a half ago, and then he brought them back up again, and I've been
stuck.
Asshole.
Damn it.
I just keep reminding myself, look, it's better than heroin.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
At least when you're walking around, you can show people how much you overpaid for your heroin.
Yes. You get to keep your teeth.
Not if your wife smacks them out of you.
Well, there's that. I didn't really put that into the perspective there.
Yeah, don't tell her.
Logan all says, "How do you know it's better than heroin? Have you tried it?"
Yes. I believe in trying everything once. Almost.
I never understood chasing the highs. It was never my thing. Maybe that's why I'm so boring and I talk about watches on a YouTube live stream.
Watches and breakfast.
And breakfast. And my blind dog. Did you see the picture of my blind dog?
No.
Oh, here, hold on. It was really cute. He was armpit nuzzled the other day. And boom. Hold on.
Yeah, feel free to share it.
Feel free to share. Look at Chairman.
The good news is about having a blind dog is he'll never blink when the flash goes off.
It's true. He has no idea he's being photographed. He's so cute. His other thing, his new move, he started this last year, I think. He drags his bed over the heating grate. He's not a dumb blind dog. Uh-huh. Yeah. Walked in, I'm like, man, is it cold down here? Oh shit. Sherman, you're blocking all the heat.
Sherman, get your fat blind ass off the heater.
Yeah. What'd you say the retail was on this originally, Brian?
I think it was 9,000 to 10,000 for the one I'm looking at. The manual wine one.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a couple that are still current in their catalog. Mont Blanc. Let's see, current in their drum roll as we get to their catalog. Well, here's a sales pitch for you right away. You click on watches, they got 69 items.
Wow.
I'm sold.
There you have it.
Do they have a way to filter? Let's see, filter. Collection.
Collection.
No, they don't. Sort by price descending. There it is. There is a 43 millimeter version of this watch that has the dual time mono pusher chronograph date for 9,100.
Is that this one?
Yeah.
There you go. I like the one. I actually liked the old one better. I don't like all the scribbles and stuff on the dial on this one.
Yeah, apparently they did some textured dial versions that.
Yeah. This one that I have up literally has like scribble on it. It's like
it's got circuit board layouts on it.
And numbers in addition. That was an automatic. But yeah. I actually like the one that you're looking at better.
You guys are no help. Bunch of frickin' enablers.
To be honest, if you can acquire any real watch close to zero, you've found a good watch to consider.
Yes.
Yeah. That's not horrible, but I would have to say this is much better looking. Case layout, everything. I think it's better. This one.
It's interesting. If I understand the layout of that movement, I should, without running the chronograph, should be able to see the open heart move. Some movement on the dial, which is kind of one of my things. Is I like to be able to look down at the watch and see if it's running. So that's why I like a running seconds hand.
Yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense. I like a running seconds hand as well. I like three-handers in general.
This is a four-hander with 2 pointers and some other things.
It's
only got a crown and 1 pusher for you, though.
Well, at least it's got something extra.
Yeah.
It's kind of like having a helium escape valve. You never know when you're going to need it.
You never know when you're going to have to take that helium escape valve out and lower a balloon size down.
Right. I mean, if you didn't have the helium escape valve crown, where would James Bond put the lasers? How would you activate the lasers on your watch?
Yeah. Or shoot the grappling hook out of it.
Shoot a grappling hook or arm the bomb.
Yeah. Or hide the little pill that makes the woman love him.
Yes. Cal D, what is the temperature in Winnipeg?
Oh.
It's been cold as balls here.
It's so cold in Nashville, Logan's been laying on his grill.
Yes. Oh, by the way, since I'm not working Saturday morning, is I'll be guest panelist on the Escapement Show with Thomas Burnett.
Ooh. That's at like dark 30 for us.
Yes, 6:30 a.m.
I'll catch the replay.
529 Taipei says, I think the first watch is nice out of all of them. Message the seller, 3K. Nobody is buying it. See, John T, yes, clearly I have a good understand the importance of the helium valve, obviously. Well,
Yeah.
where are you going to put your where else are you going to put the bomb and stuff? Sazij says, can you pop back to the Tag Horror page, please? Need to make sure I finish work on time tonight. Cheers. Here you go. Boom. I do love that when you go on their page that the watch sets itself and like you said, the right date. I think that's cool. I just don't understand this fast moving second hand that then just slows down and then whereas the problem is when it's running normally, it feels like it's broken. It really does feel like it's struggling to get up the hill. You know, on a roller coaster where you come down and wind around or whatever, then you hit the part with the chain where it drags you up the hill.
Yeah.
That's what that feels like. And then when you crest the hill, woo! But yes, Brian, I think it's damn near unanimous on the first one.
Yeah.
I think one person, maybe Treble, said the second one. But other than that, I think everyone said the first one.
You know what I'm waiting for?
What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for eBay to put out one of those little coupons.
Ooh, yeah. Kyle D says it's warm in Winnipeg today. -8 feels like -15. Few days ago was -36. Feels like -44. Damn.
I'll be back.
All right. What is the temperature here? No, it's supposed to warm up a little bit, I think, today, tomorrow, Saturday. Hey, we're into the 20s. Look at that. Yeah, I think this weekend is supposed to, Saturday into the 30s, Saturday, Sunday. Then the high 30s Monday, Tuesday, 41 on Wednesday. All right, so it'll warm up a little bit. It has been just brutal. Yeah, last night the high was 7, which is better than -7 than it was the other day. It's just cold, 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 cold. Isn't the point of a helium escape valve to give you doubts about buying the watch? No, I need somewhere to put my grappling hook. John D says the problem with this tag speed up, slow down chrono is that between 10 seconds and 22 seconds, you really can't measure it. That's what I was saying. I was confused by the whole thing as far as a timing device. It's very confusing to me. Just read that Florida's got more snow than all Canadian cities but one this month. Huh. That's not good for Florida. Snow. I saw snow in New Orleans on the news. This weather definitely gives a second meaning to ice.
I'm back.
Hey, Brian. Kyle D says, imagine if it was Super Bowl weekend. Holy hell. Where is the Super Bowl this year? I don't even know. Is it in New Orleans?
It's in New Orleans.
There you go. With the snow. When I went to the Super Bowl in New Orleans, they won 2 Super Bowl trips through Chrysler. I think I've talked about this before in the streams. 2 sales managers contests when they used to have it. And the first one I won was the Brett Favre Super Bowl win in New Orleans over New England. And the one interesting thing I found about New Orleans was it was like 50s, 60s weather-wise there, like, temperature. But it was still so humid that anywhere you walked, you were sweating your nuts off. 96, yeah, it might have been like January 97. Hold on, Brian. Talk to the people for a second.
Yeah, what do you want to talk about, people? Oh, wait. It's going up to the top. Oh, but wait, that 15 seconds is slow. So never mind. I got like 30 seconds to talk in the last 10 seconds of the Tag Heuer chronograph wiggly chronograph hand. Yeah, it's too cold here for me. It is too cold, and it's wet. New air conditioning, new HVAC systems are going in next week, next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So hopefully we will have some sort of heat and air while that happens.
Very cool. All right. So it looks like New Orleans was 90s. Yeah, January 97. So it would have been the 96 season. But those are the tickets for the 2 Super Bowl trips that I won through Chrysler. Bada boom.
What's Chrysler?
Well, we're going to be asking that someday.
I'm asking it right now.
Brian's beating everybody to the charge. Yeah, that's will Oris have a revolution in 2025? Hopefully not. I want Oris to be Oris. To make their watches, they're like, $3,000 and under. Skip the real expensive stuff. I want them to get involved with their causes. I want them to play around with the Muppets and just be Oris. They're actually a good, solid brand, a good company. They care about the world, and they make kind of nice watches that if they stay in their lane, they'll be fine.
Yeah. I want a Fozzie Bear watch.
Yes, I want an animal watch.
Oh,
I definitely want an animal watch. I think that would be cool, like an orange with the animal on the first, like they did with the original Kermit.
yeah.
That would be neat. Then I would buy one for my brother, the drummer, and maybe get my Longines Spirit Zulu time back.
Yeah.
John D says, odds are against the Redskins beating the Philly Birds, but are you betting with the pack or are you going to take the underdog? Well, George and I will probably do our picks on Sunday. I'm leaning Birds. Saquon seems unstoppable. This year looks like Penn State.
Hold on, Mark. Are you ready?
Yep.
Sunday.
Nice.
You got to be old to remember that one.
Yes. But yeah, I'm kind of leaning Philly Buffalo. So I just have a weird, Buffalo just almost seems like a team of destiny this year. And Philly, Saquon it's playing out of his mind. He literally reminds me of the Penn State Saquon Barkley. When you just, you run for 3 yards, run for 4 yards, run for 5 yards, run for 3 yards, run for 2 yards, run for 78 yards. Let's see. Oh, the Hydronaut. Oh my God. My new beater was a gift from a friend, original owner of a 2000 Tudor Hydronaut 190p. Tiger Woods has head of movement, never serves, but still keeping time. Should I service it?
No, leave it alone.
If it's running, I always say sometimes people get a little too crazy with that. I mean, if it's running fine, I'm going to pull it up because that was a cool looking watch. That was right around the time that Tudor started getting ready to pull out of the States.
Yeah. That's something we don't do. We don't pull out.
Well, that's what the Pope says.
Whoa.
Did I say that out loud?
It's a good thing it's not Sunday.
Here's a Tudor Hydronaut. Those are kind of cool looking watches. Oh geez, like they didn't have the big snowflake hands. They had the sword hands. They had the it was a little different looking. I remember those Hydronauts when they came out, and then they just disappeared quick.
Link
But
for
that's cool.
snowflakes.
Yeah. Like trouble, yeah, trouble. I agree. So why would you take any service that's running well? Yeah, if there's an issue with it, then I would. Kyle D has got the Bills all the way.
Well, there's a loser. But go
Well,
ahead.
the bezel is terrible. In what way? Just the way in looks, or in is it like falling apart?
No, that's classic postmodern 1980s design right there.
Yeah. Actually, I remember when these came out, kind of being like, not really not enough to buy. There wasn't really a lot of places to buy a Tudor back then, even before they had left the States. But I remember thinking that they weren't bad looking watches.
Yeah.
You know, the bezel's different, you know, but it's definitely because it had that grain pattern with the polish, and then you had the 10-minute track or 15-minute track, whatever's on there.
Wait, Mark, they have arrows on both hands.
Look at that. Sword hands. Like everybody wants Omega to go back to.
Wow.
John D says, most new to me watches, I simply have service by the AD just to ensure I've got a perfectly running watch and a new warranty. Yeah. Would you, I guess, would they, I guess depending on where you took it, if they would warrant the service that they've done to it is the thing.
I had to send my AP back.
The one you just got?
Yeah.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
What happened?
The typical AP, the chronograph wasn't realigning back to 0.
Okay.
So very typical with AP. So they're covering it. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think that's a bad looking watch. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's running fine. It's an ETA movement. You know, you might take it over the guy over at Ross Park Mall. Yeah. So John D says exactly, Mark. The AD will usually give you a 2-year warranty on all work done. There's something to be said for that as well. Then boom. So it's sort of like if you buy a part for your car, for your Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, or Ram, and you get a Mopar part, you get an automatic 12-month warranty, even if the car is on a warranty on the part and installation.
I think we can correlate the fall of Chrysler directly to Dodge leaving NASCAR.
Well, that was a long time ago.
Yeah. Well, that's when it really began.
Yes. Bruce G says, rumor has it, if you send to Tudor, you may be able to pick a different dial color according to Austin Daniels, at least in Japan. Huh.
Oh.
They made a salmon dial one of these, I remember, back in the day, that was kind of different looking, but I kind of like the black. I don't know if you got a new dial, if you would, yeah, it depends on if the color would work with the bezel.
That's what I'm taking to work for lunch today.
New bezel?
No, smoked salmon.
Oh, salmon.
On a bagel.
On a bagel? Nice.
Uh-huh. Won't need to refrigerate it at all or keep it cool. No, I'll just.
Yeah, like I went to the market district, picked up a few things, ran over to church afterwards, and the just left all the groceries in the car for an hour. Didn't really seem to matter. It's so cold.
Yeah.
The only problem is I'm not a huge Tiger Woods fan anymore. Well, it just says Tiger on it, does it? It doesn't say Tiger Woods, if I remember correctly. But precisely like cars, some CPO programs offer an extended warranty beyond what's left on the original retail warranty, so you might get a longer than new coverage program. Yes. So yeah, I guess if they did do a service on it. How's the bracelet? Is it this bracelet, this 5-link bracelet that's on it, Type A? They'll probably clean it up for you too, if you want that, and tighten up the bracelet. Because that looks like it could get jingly jangly. I think they made some of these on like an oyster type bracelet too. It's hard to remember. Seems like forever ago, Brian.
Eons ago.
Eons and eons.
In a galaxy far, far away.
I always thought these were good looking pieces. Now, this one isn't even for sale. The product wait list.
It's Bob's watches. I forgot they were even relevant.
Don't they have a store near you? Yeah, he's got the same bracelet. Yeah, they may tighten that up for you too, depending on what shape it's in. Yeah. All these Rolex ADs now have in-house watchmakers and Tudor. So, if you want to have it checked, it probably wouldn't be that expensive and would probably pretty easy to have done. Because that's all part of the new Rolex AD thing is they've all got their little watchmaker hut and their new display areas and bars and coffees and all kinds of stuff that isn't watching, because you can buy a lot at Rolex, just not a watch. And I honestly believe, Brian, that this is in my heart of hearts. I believe that there are more Rolexes than they say right now available for sale. So I think the ADs are clinging to the display only tags in their cases to try and drive that up, make it seem harder to get still.
Are you saying there's some malfeasance in amongst the reality?
100%.
You're so cynical.
I know.
It's probably why you're good at car sales.
Well, it has to be some kind of reason. But I think these Hydronauts are cool. And for a beater watch, I think it's a cool beater watch. It's fun to have a cool knock around. Even like this Mont Blanc that you're looking at, Brian. I mean, it's just something different, something cool. That's one of the reasons that I love having this goofy thing around. My Conquest VHP, because it's kind of different. It's a knock around. You can do whatever you want with it, and it just works. And it's not something you see every day. 40 millimeter Hydronaut 2 for sale on Moda. So the Hydronaut 2 came out kind of mid 2000s, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Oop.
Dear Bob's Watches, don't be afraid to put your prices up on the website.
Oh, yeah, that was the really ugly one. This one I didn't care for at all. Let's pull one of these suckers up. So I hate, first off, the bezel. The bezel in this I don't like. Second thing I hate rotor self-winding. That's one of the things I hate on the Pelagos.
But that's classic Tudor.
I know. I hate it.
Wow.
I hate it.
Wow.
I hate it.
But yet you love the extra doohickey helium escape valve, which is absolutely useless.
Somewhere to put my laser, Brian.
You make no sense.
Oh my God, Brian. What is this thing? Oh my Lord. Look at all the pushers and crowns and what is going on?
Chronograph GMT.
Oh, Brian. Look at all the stuff coming off that case. That's amazing. I don't think I've ever seen a Tudor Hydronaut before.
You can have your laser, your grappling hook, and your hide the pill slot all in one watch.
You have a, yeah.
And it's probably 46 millimeters, which is perfect for you.
Yeah. Look at that thing. Talk about perfect. That's cool. It's a GMT, Brian. I think you would like it. Does it say what size it is? It does not.
That's one of the Japanese sellers, so you got to dig deep into the listing sometimes.
Oh, 41. It's only 41, Brian.
Yeah.
Light scratch, small wound, it says.
Yeah.
I love it. Light scratch on the glass. Some light scratch and a small wound on the case. Bezel light scratch, small wound. Light scratch on the bracelet. Light damage, stains on the hand and dial. Light scratch on the buckle. Yeah. At least they tell you. But look at all the pushers. And crowns. Damn.
So does that have a
What's the point of that? It's bloody horrible.
Hey, it's slightly better than a 46 millimeter Breitling with fake diamonds.
Yeah, there you go. Speaking of 46 millimeter Breitlings, I think an old boss of mine who reached out to me. In fact, let me see if it's still on their website. He reached out to me about a 46 millimeter Breitling that he saw at the new Watches of Switzerland, and they wouldn't haggle with him at all. So I sent him over to my good friends at Joyce's Jewelers in Uniontown. And again, if you're looking for something, contact these. It's still on their website. I think it was the mesh one. He was looking at one of these Super Ocean Heritage B20s. He wanted, and he was working. He called me yesterday again. He was working a deal with them on it. So hopefully he got that. Oh, I didn't share the screen. Brian, why didn't you tell me I wasn't sharing the screen?
I wasn't paying attention.
All right. I wasn't sharing. Brian, I wasn't sharing the screen.
I wasn't paying attention. So great. Two of us are. Drop the link for anybody that wants to really run the show or participate.
Somebody wants to pay attention to the show?
Yeah.
So hopefully he's picking that up. His father just passed right around the day after Christmas, I think. It's a shame. I knew his dad. His dad used to do dealer trade drives for us. Nice guy. But he was asking me about this, and I said, "Hey," so I looked it up. I'm like, "Hey, my buddies over there have that." I know that he was having some conversations with them, so hopefully that worked out. He was going to buy one off of like Joma Shop or Watch Max, and I was, I don't know if you agree with me on this, Brian, but I'm like $2,000 and under watches. I'll look at a Joma Shop or a Watch Max because a lot of times you can get a deal, but anything $4, $5, $6, $7,000, I get a little about because of the warranty.
I have never purchased from Joma Shop.
Yeah, because the problem is you get their 2-year warranty. You don't get the manufacturer warranty. What I was telling my buddy was like, if something ever went wrong with the watch, you want it fixed properly by the manufacturer. John D is wearing his Breitling Super Ocean Heritage as we speak. It's a great watch. They're beautiful watches.
Yeah.
They're just really, really good looking. The dials on them are amazing. I like those mesh bracelets, those straight bar mesh bracelets. I have a little bit of kinky affection for those, Brian?
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's stuff you can't say on Sunday either.
Yeah, you got to say that on a Thursday, not on a Sunday.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think those are cool.
Question for you Sunday religious people. Is it okay to say bad stuff before church and then go to church and be absolved of it, or do you just avoid it all on Sunday?
Well, so as a Roman Catholic,
It's never okay.
it's you need to go to the if you exceed your your graven sins, you need to go to the dreaded confession.
Yeah. Well, Mark, have you ever had conjugal relationships for any other purpose besides procreating?
Well, I've been to confession a lot, Brian.
Okay. At what point do they go, you've been in here too much, you're done?
Oh, I'll tell you, it's a funny story.
You want to hear a ticket too many times? Bye.
You want to hear a funny confession story?
Yeah.
So I'd gone in and I was, because a lot of times you're doing your prayers and you're admitting your faults and all this stuff, whatever. You're, telling your sins, and I was talking, and then you have like a little bit of a conversation with the priest, and it's actually very nice, very cathartic, actually. But I said, I feel bad that it seems like that I'm always coming in here with the, confessing the same sins. Like I can't move on. Like my life is just stuck in a rut. And the priest said to me, so what you're really saying is you would like new sins? And I was like, all right, fair enough. I thought that was kind of funny.
But was he making you an offer?
Oh man.
Sorry, I'll behave.
No, you're fine. I'm a Roman Catholic, and I went to Penn State.
You didn't go to Notre Dame?
No, I went to Penn State, but there's two institutions known for being bad. Derek Diggler says, I like this watch. I think it really pops in person versus photo. It really does. This watch is beautiful. The green, I really like the green on this one. That emerald green sunray dial really, really pops. And the blue's really nice too. I like them all, but the green is my favorite. Breitlings's New York City flagship gave me the best boutique experience of all the watches I bought. Very cool. Like when people, man, Dirk Diggler has bad gas this morning. Damn.
Dirk was Catholic until a couple of confessions, and then finally the preacher looked at him and said, I would suggest you go to the Hare Krishnas.
Get the haircut. You got to get the haircut.
Yeah.
Remember when they used to be at the airport?
All the time.
Amazing.
On the gauntlet.
They had a big, I don't know what you would call it, temple, whatever, close to here in West Virginia. We used to get a lot of Hare Krishna news. One of my favorite scenes in the movie Airplane is when they're just beating up all the people trying to give him stuff. Oh man, but yeah. So hopefully he makes a deal on that watch. That's a good looking piece. His father just passed. He's looking for something to. He has a lot of quartz watches, Bulivas, Movados, that type of stuff. Nice stuff. He's just never really a watch guy per se, but he wanted something a little bit nicer that he could wear every once in a while and then pass on to he's got a very young son, and kind of to commemorate the passing of his father. So I thought that was kind of cool. And one of the reasons that we buy watches, but that Super Ocean Heritage is a good looking piece. I've looked at those a lot, and they make big ones. Who doesn't like a big watch, Brian? Well,
me.
99% of my audience.
Me. Let's see, 99% of your audience, so that's 8.3 people.
Come on, we got 22 people watching right now, Brian.
How many upvotes you got? What the hell's wrong with your lazy people?
We got 21 upvotes. I can't even admit. 2 of them are me, because I have 2 accounts, but I appreciate it. If you haven't hit the like, please do if you like what's going on. If you like the conversation and such. There was one other thing I saw real quick here. Let me try and find it.
Ming just introduced a new dive watch today.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why?
That's a different color lume than the previous one.
It's so bad. Why would they do that? Did anybody ask? That's like that pink Blancpain Swatch thing. Did anybody ask for it? I don't see anything about the Ming. Oh, I wanted to ask your guys' thoughts on this brand. Because they come up, this is another one. I'm going to pull it up here in a second, but they come up in my Instagram feed all the time, and they're kind of interesting looking pieces. I've never seen one in the flesh, if you will, but it's Fairer. Have you ever heard of Fairer, Brian?
I like a lot of their designs. Their pricing is really good.
Mm-hmm.
They're not high horology.
Yeah. But they seem to make interesting looking watches. Like when they come up in the feed, I'm always like, well, that's an interesting looking watch. But I've never actually see one. It's a British brand, new GMT. But yeah, they do some interesting colors and dials, and they'll do some interesting colors, but their watches aren't super crazy looking or anything. So like these ones, 40 or 38. So you have your choice of sizes, 200-meter water resistance, sapphire front and back, 20-meter lugs, 56 hours of power reserve, SW330-2. So it's a good Solita movement. Yeah, I don't. Does anybody out there have any experience with the Fairer? Like I said, I see them all the time, and I'm like, well, that's a nice looking watch, but I don't really know much about them.
They've got a GMT. That's all I need.
That's it.
But I do have my one beater GMT. So
yes, John D says Fairer is a nice micro. Always several colors on the watch. Cheap and interesting naming convention for the models. Yeah, like they just seem like nice looking, good watches. I just really don't know a whole heck of a lot about them. Except for if somebody talks about British watchmakers, they always bring them up. They always come up in my Instagram feed, and when they do, they're things that are appealing to look at.
I wish one of the really smart watch guys was here, but I believe they're all Solita movements, so you get a decent movement, not too overpriced.
I want to see if I can find this Ming diver. That's the Ming brings back the dive watch. It just looks like a Ming. Oh, it's got multiple crowns, Brian.
Oh no!
Oh God! Oh, does it have an internal rotating bezel, Brian?
Oh, I'm sorry, I brought this up.
I'm
sorry.
It's only 30. Is it only 37 millimeters? Why do they have to do that?
Because they're an Asian company.
A 38 millimeter, 12.8 thick, 600 meters of water resistance.
Maybe that's not an internal rotating bezel. Maybe it's a helium escape valve.
Can you imagine if it did both?
Oh,
hold on. I'll be right back. It's small. It's cool looking, but it's small. Yeah.
I heard the lume was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I would imagine Ming is known for that kind of thing. Oh, he says I got the wrong one.
Oh,
All right, hold on. Let me go see if I can find it. But the same basic watch. Okay. John D says Fair names the variations in their models after historic British notables. Huh. Do they have a Thatcher? Let's go see if we can't find a black and orange Ming.
do they have a Chancellor of the Exchequer watch?
I don't know.
That's the British Secretary of the Treasury person. Yeah. Writes the checks.
Oh, let's see. Maybe this is what they're talking about. Hmm. Well, that was that was a lie. That thumbnail lied to me.
Uh-oh.
Hate when that happens.
Let me see if I can get a valid link for you. Orologio Ming.
Boom.
Copy.
Did you find one?
Private chat, private chat, private chat,
Private chat.
private chat.
Hold on. Oh, there it is.
Share it. Share.
Share.
There you go.
I mean, it's cool looking. I think Ming in general makes cool looking watches.
Yeah.
I just don't know that they're worth. That there's much. I don't see the value in them. But yeah, and again, the size is something I wouldn't necessarily be interested in. But if they made that in a 41, I might be more interested. Or even a 40. Oh, there's a loom shot.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, look at that loom. Loom me, baby. Loom me.
Hey, baby, you want to turn out the lights and see my Ming?
Yes. We'll go look at Vertex again, John D, because that's my favorite as well. Yeah, Whole Milk, you have to applaud them for an original design. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I just think they're kind of expensive for what they are, but they're kind of cool too. So I don't know. Who knows?
Okay, Mark, I got to go. I got to eat and get ready and move laundry along.
Get your long johns out.
Yeah, I got to get my blood sugar up for this. It's so cold I may wear a hat.
It is.
All right, everybody, have fun. Have a good day.
Thanks for coming on, Brian. Appreciate it.
Peace, love, happiness.
All that stuff.
Yeah, and go football.
Go football.
Okay, bye.
See ya. Jen G says Ming knows where their bread is buttered. John D says 37 is my size. Why is that clicking up? There it is. 37 millimeter is your size. Don't knock it until you try it, Mark. No, I can't. I just can't. I can't. I mean, 41. 41 is probably my size, realistically. I mean, I tend to stick to that usually. But that does not mean that I will not throw on a bigger size watch. Why don't we put on a 43 for the rest of the show? Boom. There's a 43. Look at that. 43 looks great on my wrist. This one's even got long lugs. It's my Conquest VHP, very high precision. It's a cool watch. Lunch is I think she meant Lucha is a size queen. You heard it here first. There was somebody that might have been Curly early on that called me Luncha. The Lunchabetic. I can't remember. I do remember that being a thing. That Ming's cool. It is petite. I tell you what, the watch that I tried and was so disappointed in the size because it was just way too small. And it kind of really bummed me out. And I bought one. I bought one direct from the manufacturer. Hold on, let me see if I can find a picture of it here. I'm sure in here I have somewhere. Let's see. Well, how do you make that work? And that was, why can't I make that big? Brrrr. Hold on, I'm trying to pull up a picture for you. But it was a really petite watch. Bummer. Why can't I find it? Guys, what is happening? Oh, well. Let me go look it up somewhere else. We have 23 people watching. Hi, guys. How we doing? It was this watch. Share this tab. It was a Furlan Mari Rosso Grigio. It's like around, it's 500 some bucks. They shipped it quick. It's beautiful watch for what it is. I mean, it's a mecha quartz. It's nothing super special or anything, but it was kind of cool looking. And I kind of wanted to make that a watch. It came with 2 straps. Quick release spring bars. It was just kind of a neat watch. It was so small. It wore so much smaller than its size. I think it was a 38. Part of it was it had really cool lugs, but the lug width was 18, and it tapered down to far from that. So even the strap looked tiny on my wrist, which was no fun, guys. It was no fun. It was really, really tiny. What do you think? Does anyone else have any experience with the Furlan Maris? Yeah, now that thing's going to work. Okay. Let me pull it up from here. Share that tab. That was my Furlan Mari right there. They were just neat looking, and they weren't super expensive. It was just something to play around with. I thought, well, if I could have like that as a kind of an interesting little dress piece, it was kind of cool. And but it didn't work. It just didn't work. I don't know if there's a picture of it on my wrist or not. There it is. It's hard to see on that angle, but it was really small. But kind of a neat concept. Like I said, I wouldn't, they make some that are more expensive and stuff. I'd never play around with one of those. I don't think you're getting any value there, but they had really cool lugs, cool cases. They kind of had that throwback Patek look to them. And they were mecha quartz watches, which I always love a good mecha quartz. But just kind of a neat little watch that, I mean, just wore so small. So small. I don't know if they have the sizing on this thing. Let's see. Where's this? Here's the specs. 38 millimeter case that really wore more like a 37. 46 lug to lug that didn't wear that long. Sapphire crystals. They were cool watches. Only like 50 meters of water resistance. Red and gray, and it came with 2 straps. Yeah, dark gray and burgundy. Yeah, it says 20 to 16. Maybe they improved that because it wasn't 20 back then. It was tiny. It just wore so small, but a cool looking piece, like a cool looking dial. Different, you know. For me, I wanted the IWC engineer after I wore the watch. I just hated it. You have to try the watch on. Yeah, but this is another one. These things were so hot when they came out, for whatever reason, that you just couldn't get them. And on the secondary, these $500 watches were going for $1,000, $1,200. And you were just kind of stuck. So I ordered one. And I sold it on eBay. I got what I paid for. I just asked what I had in it with, tax and everything and shipping. And I got that back out of it. And then when I got the guy's shipping address, he was like 20 miles from me. Like, fuck, dude. You should have clicked on pick it up. Your eyes just need time to adjust to the scale proportions of smaller cases than you're used to. The mid-century wrist case diameter Russian proportions is just so classy in my humble opinion. Cactus Jack says, what do you think of the new LV watches? We looked at those on Tuesday. I wasn't crazy about it. I'll go back over. I know there's an article on Who's a Majinger. Let's see. Where was that article on the new Louis Vuitton? What are those? The spin times or something like that they were called. I can't find that article, but here is yet a different article. Yes, the spin time. Takeo spin time watches. I wasn't crazy about them, but I mean, that's me. It's interesting. I like that it doesn't say, Louis Vuitton all over the case and stuff, but I guess you can make all those little individual blocks say Louis Vuitton, which I'm not crazy about it. It's on the Tombor line, so they're expanding the use of that case. Of all of them, these kind of world timery looking ones would be my favorites. If I had to pick one, at least a little bit more interesting looking to me. What do you think of them, Cactus, John? John D says spin time display is interesting. It's interesting. I just don't know that it's for me, and I think they're really expensive too. So I don't have to worry about ever being even tempted to buy one because I think they're out of my price range. Yeah, definitely using the Tambor Takeo case. It's different. I will definitely give it that. And like I said, there's going to be people who love it, people who hate it, but it really just kind of depends on the person. But I don't think, it started at 67 grand for the regular model, 133 euros for the diamond set edition. The spin time air 75 to 133, 92 for the Antipo. The Flying Tourbillon, 158 grand. Yeah, I don't think you ever see me in line to buy one at those prices. Yeah, those things are expensive, John D. They're pricey. You like the prior model tambour, Jen? Those were in the 30s, I think. Those were let's see. Let's see if we can't find. Accept some cookies, share the tab. Let's go over to the Louis Vuitton site. Here's the, I believe what Gen G might have been speaking of. The regular tambour, small seconds, 18.9. So not nearly as price prohibitive. Good morning, George Varghese. How are you, sir? Gen G says there's a second model they released that looks like a jumper. All right, we'll go try and find that. Pip says this watch is deplorable. Saw those before. I like them as well, Gen G. Attended an invite-only Louis Vuitton event last year at the Louis Vuitton mansion in New York City, where the spin time complication was on display in other models. Very cool to see. Interesting. Let's go back over to the Louis Vuitton site and see if we can't find something that looks like a jumper. Maybe. God, these websites are terrible. Oh, the Convergence. The Tambour Convergence. Yeah, we looked at this Tuesday as well. I forgot. 33.5 without the diamonds. And this has that kind of case thing that comes off. I believe this was the one. Yeah, there's the back. Jump on. Yeah, these pictures don't really show it. But yeah, it's okay. You know, you have to like that kind of thing. Genji, you may have been the one to send me the link for those the other day. But yeah, it's different. It's a lot of money for that watch. I mean, my problem with like Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Gucci. I mean, it's even Rolex to a certain extent. You're buying the name. You know, you're definitely buying the name on those watches. We did start off looking, for those of you that just joined us, we've looked at including my new Aquaterra, but some of the new turquoisey kind of watches. But we kind of started with this thing. Apparently, the La Vie en Rose with the new Blancpain Swatch Scuba 50 Fathoms Pink Ocean. And my question was, did anyone ask for this? Is there a market for this watch? Cod Ken says, at least Hermes watches can help you get quota back. All right. George Varghese says, give him an A for trying. Well, what do we grade this pink Scuba 50 Fathoms Blancpain Swatch? I believe in the immortal words of Pip, this watch is deplorable. This is just deplorable. Why? Why? And honestly, why, if they're going to keep doing these collabs, I mean, I understood the moon swatch thing from a standpoint of there's so many moon and Apollo crazed people that will buy those outside of the watch community that they should be doing, they were going to sell a lot of those, because you're going to sell watch people are going to buy them, people who collect stuff, people who collect moon and NASA stuff are going to buy those. People who just want something that looks like a Speedy they can't afford one are going to buy one of those. So I get that. The 50 Fathoms, I didn't understand as much because I think you're really playing to much more of a niche group. That's why some of the wild colors didn't make as much sense to me. But I think where they're missing the mark is, and it's weird because they don't seem to miss any opportunity to spruik this. Why do they not have a Omega Swatch line of 007 watches? Because your James Bond fans would go nuts for something like that. There are James Bond collectors. There are people that are just James Bond fans that would buy those up like crazy. You could have one for every movie. I mean, you're already paying for the branding. You could just go to the Broccoli's or whoever owns the franchise now and say, "Hey, here's the thought. We're already paying for all this James Bond licensing. We would like to license a line of watches partnered with Swatch." Yeah, that's the thing. It would be a 300. Yeah. It would be a Seamaster 300, and they would all have like some sort of a tie-in to one of the movies. Even if you just did the movies that they've done since GoldenEye, since they did it. But if you had a Casino Royale and a GoldenEye, or No Time to Die, or what I mean, like, I think that would be huge. Much bigger. So the Blancpain, if you're not a watch person, you have no idea what this is. Someone may trip and fall into the store and say, "Oh, that kind of looks cool. I like it. It's colorful," and buy one. But if you had a line of 300s, you don't have to necessarily do all the watches that he's worn, like the Planet Ocean and the Aqua and the 300. Just the 300 is the one that's most identifiable with the brand and with the franchise. Because, like John Z said, he's a huge fan of the Bond franchise, and a lot of people are. And a lot of people collect Bond stuff. A lot of people collect Bond stuff that aren't into watches, that you would sell those things to. Those would sell like hotcakes. Those things would sell like hotcakes. I mean, there you go. The Scuba 50 Fathoms Pink Ocean. 19 jewels, baby. Good to 300 feet. Passion for diving. License to explore. Ocean breath. Protect what you love. Immerse yourself. Lots of good words on the back of there. Positive. If they put out a Swatch version of the Great White, people would go nuts. Yeah. But the thing is, you could, if you put them out for that, as part of your Bond advertising, I'm telling you, they would sell bazillions of those things. It would be crazy because people associate with James Bond. John D says, what, Gen G? Great White People? No, the Great White, my old Seamaster was a Great White. Cool watch. But I like the Planet Ocean more. And that was my old Seamaster right here. Boom. The Seamaster Professional 300M in white. Very cool watch. Now, why do I prefer the Planet Ocean over that? Can anybody remember why I like the Planet Ocean more than the 300M? Thoughts? And no, it's not just that it's bigger. John D says punctuation means a world of difference in meaning. Anthony says the bracelet. That is one of the things. That is definitely one of the reasons. The bracelet is definitely part of it. But there's more. But wait, there's more. And it's more than just an extra 1.5 millimeters in size. Because actually, it's not as big lug to lug, so it doesn't really wear as big across the wrist. The bracelet's cool. I wish it tapered. That's my only wish. I actually prefer the Planet Ocean bracelet, mainly because of the taper. And it doesn't quite look as 90s dated as the other, but there's a couple more reasons why I prefer the Planet Ocean to the 300M. And I love that 300M. And that white one is, I think, the best one. It's a beautiful dial in person. It really, absolutely gorgeous watch. But there's a couple other reasons. So we know the bracelet. Now, we know that I like the quick set hour hand that you get in the caliber 8900, and the S&P 300 comes with the 8800. So you lose 5 hours of power reserve, and you don't get the quick set hour, and you don't get the double barrel coaxial master chronometer. You get the single barrel. Why is the double barrel better? Double barrel, when the watch is fully wound or coming down to the end of the wind that it has, a single barrel watch the time will speed up or slow down a little bit on the two ends of the spectrum, whereas a double barrel smooths that out a little bit, so you don't have that. Your watch won't run a little faster or a little slower depending on where it is on the tightness of your wind, which I like. So that would be number 2, the 8900. So it's the bracelet and the 8900. And there's one other big thing. There's other little things that I like. I'm not as crazy about the Reese's Cup helium escape valve. Versus this one's a little crisper. The helium escape valve doesn't have that Reese's Cup shape. It just looks like a crown. It's the same shape as the crown on the other side. There's one other reason. One other big one. I love that we act like we use our watches to tell accurate time. Silly Luca. Let's see. John D says there are no bad S&P 300s, but my fave is the new Summer Blue 75th Anniversary Edition, a rare sunbrushing effect on the dial, with the exception of the gray dial. Yeah, that's a beautiful dial. And it's got my issue there is I prefer the open case back. I like to see the movement. I don't know why. I don't know why that's important to me. But at least it's not plain. At least they put, was it Poseidon on the back of that, and some seahorses and stuff. But there's one other reason that I prefer the Planet Ocean to aside from the bracelet and the movement, there's one other thing about this Planet Ocean that I like better. Going once. Anyone have an answer? going twice. Take a good look at the watch on the screen. And it's one of my favorite dials of any watch. I love that dial. But now I actually prefer the date at 6 on the S&P 300. It is not the date. I actually don't like where they put the date on the Planet Ocean. I would actually prefer it be that. Going twice. Any other guesses? The taper of the bracelet, the 8900 movement over the 8800 movement. Little things like the crown. There it is. The bezel. The bezel. The hands I like on both, Anthony. I actually like the hands on both those. I don't mind those skeleton hands on the S&P 300, especially on the white. They show up real well. I do a little bit prefer the broad arrow hands on the S&P, but it's the coin edge bezel versus the scallop. It's just so much easier to use. It's so much easier to turn than the scallop. The scallop one's always, even if your hands aren't wet, you slip off the scallop groove and it makes it a little bit harder to turn. And the fact that this one, when you get the creamsicle, so the blue and the black have the liquid metal bezels, but when you get the creamsicle, you get the lume bezel. And you're just a lumed bezel. Are you kidding me? Andrew McCutcheon, famous center fielder for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Oh no, the other Andrew McCutcheon, the time and tide guy. Covered the summer blue line. It made me pine for the new 75th anniversary version over my grayed out. So did the swap and cannot be happier with the solid case back. Yeah, at least there's something on it. Oh wow, did you do that? All right. I was curious what that would look like. So it's a 22 mil lug on this one. I never even thought about that. I actually like this bracelet. My problem with the mesh, no micro adjust. You know, you're stuck with the holes that are there, and there's no easy adjust, no comfort setting. So if it's too tight, it's too tight. If it's too loose, too loose. You're kind of stuck. Esoteric says very true. But that being said, let's do this. Because although most of these websites stink, let's see if we can't see what that would look like. Which Planet Ocean do you have, Esoteric? What color? Ah, they don't have it on there. That's a bummer. Oh, that's 19. That's why. Hold on. They just do it on there. Is it 21? That was 22. Oh, it's 21. Oops, my bad. So that's what it looks like on the mesh. Not bad. I just really don't have a problem with this bracelet. I think it goes into really match the 8900. Which color do you have, Esoteric? Just curious. You have black, blue, creamsicle, the titanium, you have with the gray, you have the black with a little bit of orange on the bezel. There's a bunch of different combinations you can get in those watches that are cool. Black. Yeah, black's a good looking one. It's a very Bond-ish looking one. You throw it on the rubber and be in the what was the movie? Was it Quantum of Solace? I can't remember. But I never really had a problem with the integration of this bracelet or the taper. And the fact that it has 9.6 millimeters of comfort in it, helps. Like if I've often said, if I had to make one change, I would just take the date out altogether or move it to 6 o'clock. But I like the white dial. The ceramic white dials that Omega does are amazing, and I prefer the Planet Ocean to the SMP 300. Call me kooky, but it's just the way it is. We got 27 people watching. We got 29 upvotes. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. If you haven't hit the like, please do. Get us to 30. That would be awesome. We do love that. We might as well just, since we're on the Planet Oceans. But yeah, I think if they did a swatch collab with of Bond watches, that would be amazing. So esoteric. I'm assuming if the black one, you mean this one, correct? The all black, which is a good looking piece. Now that one has the liquid metal bezel, so it's a ceramic bezel with liquid metal for your numbers and markings and stuff. Excuse me. One of the other ones I always thought was really good. I was never crazy about these ones because they're not that I don't like them, but it's the brushing. It's like there's no polish on the cases on this one, or even on the indices and the hands. Everything's brushed, so it really mutes the lyre lugs and such. And they do these like gray, green, and this sandstone. Wasn't like a hate, but wasn't just wasn't my thing. I always thought this was good looking, especially on this rubber strap. It's black with the quarter orange bezel. This one's going to have the orange 1269 versus the rhodium. And again, on that black and orange bezel, I thought, or black and orange strap, I always thought that was kind of nice looking piece. They always did a nice job with that. But this titanium one also, let's see. There it is. This titanium one was always good looking as well. And you can get these, these are 43 and a half, but you can get these in a 39 and a half. So it starts like the 75th anniversary blue is only available in the 39 and a half. And you can also get a chronograph at 45.5. Yikes. Yeah, so I always thought that this titanium version was good looking. Oh, excuse me. It's got a titanium dial instead of the ceramic dial. And titanium watch. Just good looking piece. Something that they did well, I thought. And of course, the Oreo, which I nearly bought. Nearly bought the Oreo instead of the Aquaterra. Just a good looking watch, tall watch. This thing is 17 something. So yeah, 17 millimeters thick. So it's like almost a whole millimeter thicker than this one, which is a big chunky monkey of a watch. But look at that bezel, the black and white bezel. It's so sharp. It's so pretty. So good. Let's see. John D says, I have been on the vintage Omega hunt for a few years. Just grabbed another super fine today. Birthday gift from me to me. Ooh. That's exciting. I think some of those may have rubbery bits on the bezels, esoteric. And G wants to know, what did you get, John D? And Whole Milk says, happy birthday, John D. Very cool. Very, very cool. Thank you. So yeah, I like I just like the Planet Ocean line. It could use a little bit of a revamp or a refresh maybe. But in general, I like the watches. My favorite looking watch, I don't know about wearing watch, but looking watch is this Ultra Deep with the gradient blue. That's a handsome piece. A lot of pop, a lot of shine, a lot of big, thick. Let's see. This thing is 18.1 thick. I like the clasp better. I'll tell you something I don't like about this watch. I wish it said coaxial master chronometer on the front instead of on the back. I know. I'm usually a less text guy, but a secret Bond watch. If I had to, I have a guess because I've looked at a secret Bond watch before. One that people don't talk about or really, for the most part, acknowledge very much. It's a Daniel Craig watch. It's not the Spectre, but it's a cool watch. It's kind of under the radar, and it's not it's nothing that says Bond on it. If it's one I'm thinking of, so just sort of slipped it in there nicely. It should be only available in the sizes that you like, John D. Oh. This is even different. Most Bond fans won't know this, but there's an Omega which made its on-screen debut in the very last scene of Spectre, a vintage 1965 chrono with a 3-2-1 movement to match the year of the Aston Martin DB5. Oh, very cool. It's even more secret. I was thinking of the Aqua that no one ever talks about. There's a 38.5 millimeter Aqua that he kind of wears in concert with, I believe it was the Planet Ocean in that movie. But that's a good watch. Huh. The No Time to Die really surprised me in person. I did not expect to be so impressed, and that's coming from a fellow Omega man. I love the No Time to Die. We'll go pull one up here while we're here. John D owns that Aquaterra. Yeah, because that one's cool because that has a kind of an oddly shaped. Like when I say oddly shaped, I don't mean it in a bad way, but it's oddly shaped for the Aquaterra line date window at 3 o'clock, and that was the vertical peak on that one. The Skyfall Aquaterra is what got me into Omega, says Anthony. Interesting. Travel says, not liking Bond allowed, or should I leave now? How can you not like Bond? He's the ultimate. Those are great movies. All right. So first, before we go pull that up, what I was gonna look something up when I came. Oh, the No Time to Die. Yeah, we'll look that up real quick. Just, I'm sure everybody knows what a No Time to Die is, but just in case. So my impression of the watch was that in person, and I saw a guy wearing one at the Market District, and we started talking. I was wearing actually the Polar 300 at the time. It's darker in person. You know, the titanium's a little darker, the bezel, the dial, everything's a little darker outside of a jewelry store lighting. Was a little darker in person, but it's a cool watch. The only thing I can never justify is A 300M is a, you know, $5,000 to $6,000 watch, and this one's 10 grand. I know it's titanium. I get it. It's titanium. But it's grade 2 titanium. So it's not even grade 5 titanium. You're not even paying for the better titanium, the better scratch resistant. And at 10 grand, that watch just always to me was price prohibitive for what you're getting. I just never understood the pop there for the money. John T says not liking Bond is like not liking puppies or sunny skies. Man. Whole Milk is more of a George Smiley guy than James Bond. Just for clarity, I like puppies. Not sure I've seen the sunny skies. But let's look up the Aquaterra. That was Skyfall, right? Yeah, Skyfall. That would be this one. See what I mean about the date window? The framing of the date window is a little different. Please stop giving me ads. So that was like one of the when they were still introducing the coaxial, because they weren't master chronometers and they were just coaxial movements. But now it's a little beat up. But that would be the old 8500 coaxial, pre-master chronometer, and it's the really old Aquaterra bracelet. And that one's really beat up. That guy wore that watch. Looks like Bond did a mission in that one, but a cool looking watch. And one that doesn't get talked about a lot in the canon of James Bond watches. Not a big thing. Has a little bit different handset. This was 38.5, I believe, was the size on this thing, right? Yeah, 38.5. So a little different that way. So 15. Boom. Now, what is this watch that... Yes, opening scene Spectre really showcases the Aquaterra quite prominently. It does, but it's hard to tell. Like, if you don't know what an Aquaterra, you're so used to seeing the big dive bezels on his watches. It's if you're not a watch person, you have to do a little investigation to figure out what it is. And nobody really talks about it. They really talk about, you know, the 300, the No Time to Die, the Planet Ocean. And they go back into the can, you know, everyone wants to talk about the Rolex. The 5, I don't speak reference number, so don't know which one that is. But John D, you said something about, what was it? Spectre chronograph. Let me see if I can look that up. Let's see it. Huh. I don't see it. Yeah, let's try this thing. See if we can't find it a different way. Rufus, good to see you. John D says even Money Penny's wearing an Aqua Terra in Skyfall. Very cool. Well, let me try this. Let's share this tab, see if maybe it's in here. That's the traditional, the Planet Ocean, the Aqua Terra, another Planet Ocean, Aqua Terra. That's the 300 Spectre, the No Time to Die. Now they don't show it in there. Damn it. Rat bastards. Why? Why? Oop. As part of the read-through script, there's an attached picture of the 1965 Omega in the top of the wardrobe sheet. Is that on the page I was just on? Oh, the read-through. Okay, I gotcha. Oh, man. Let me try. Because anytime you put 3, 2, 1 in there, you just get a ton of Speedmasters. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Boy, you really got one there, John D, because nobody can seem to find this dang thing. Huh. I can't find it. Only in the last scene of Spectre, you'll see it on Bond's wrist as he starts the DB5 on a black leather strap. Cool. Well, next reference is ST101.010. Let's try that. Bum, 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 bum. Omega ST 010 chronograph. ST101 dash dot what? ST 101 dot 010. No wonder I can't find it. Let's go this way. Oh. Was it gold or steel, John D? Or titanium? Looks like maybe even. All right, so this is the Bond Lifestyle. This, I believe, is him in the DB5. Not a good picture. Hopefully this is better. Steel with baton indices. Like the boom, he said. Cool. Podcast says, would Bills fans prefer to lose to Kansas City or in the Super Bowl? Mathis says, they'll always choke. Don't bet on them. Oh, my. You're killing John D. He's a Bills fan. He's rooting for the Bills. That's cool looking. That's a 1965 edition. Caliber 321 to match his DB5. Super slick. See, we learn things here on the channel. We learn that all kinds of stuff. Treble says it's the Bills' time. I think it might be too. I mean, Kansas City's a big hurdle to get over. It's a big hurdle to get over because they're just used to doing it. They haven't even played great football this year, but they just keep winning. These find ways to win. Tough team to beat, especially at Arrowhead. John D says, New York's only football team. How can I justify being a fan from another town? That would be hometown treason. Yes. Yes, indeed. One must be careful of hometown treason. You don't want to be accused of that type of shenanigans. Guys, we still need one more upvote to get to 30. If you haven't hit the like button, please. It's not Mahomes is the king, says Mathis. Treble reminds us that he knows nothing. John D, with that I agree. They even share a stadium in New Jersey of all places. Yeah. They are indeed the New Jersey Jets and the New Jersey Giants. Because, you know, it's not even the same state. Yeah, there's teams that play outside of their actual city that they still consider part of that city because it's the same state, same area, same county, whatever. But New Jersey's not New York. It's New York adjacent, but it's not New York. John D reminds us that those New Jersey Jets and Giants are traitors and deserve their ranking in football for such traitorous abandonment. Rufus says Baker Mayfield choked again for my team. Yeah, it's a little rough there. But, you know, all things being equal, you could do a lot worse than Baker Mayfield as your quarterback. Ask the Cleveland Browns. I'm sure that many people in Cleveland would love to have Baker back after the Deshaun Watson debacle. The worst trade in the history of football, I think. I still to this day don't. Baker just seemed like a Cleveland Brown. He seemed like the kind of guy for the town. He played hard. He was kind of gutsy and mouthy, and all the things you would think that the dog pound would love. And it just ended so horribly. And then the payout, and the other part is no one's ever getting a guaranteed contract in the NFL again. If Deshaun Watson did one thing aside from being creepy, that dude is creepy. Aside from being creepy, he has shown that why they don't give guaranteed contracts. Why you shouldn't risk your entire future on one guy. Now, I mean, the Rams kind of did that with Stafford and paid off for them with a Super Bowl. But Deshaun Watson, not Matthew Stafford. In play or just citizen, being a solid citizen, Just not right. Just not right. Guys, we're coming up on 3 hours, which I don't mind keep going. We got 29 people watching, so we'll keep going. I do need to make a bathroom break, so I may play a quick video for you. So don't get upset for the next 2 or 3 minutes watching a video play on here. All right, Luch, I have to watch my favorite soccer team lose because I hate myself. Thanks for the morning stream. Thanks for coming by, Whole Milk. Hopefully your team does better. I'm going to play a quick video so I can just run and go to the men's room real quick. So please just hang out for a minute. I'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. Just watch the creamsicle. All right, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Sorry about that. So part of the, part of the heart thing, especially when I'm not working, and I'll take them a little bit more. I have these water pills I have to take, and when I'm not working, because I'm not moving around as much, so I don't get any puffiness in my legs, because that's always bad stuff. So I appreciate the thing. Lucha Bedick, Mark, for a New Yorker to be a fan of New Jersey Jets or Giants is tantamount to you being a fan of the Bengals. That would be terrible. That would be terrible. Who's that? A whole milk? Whole milk. Join the Miami crew. We have Messi. I don't think I don't believe that the football, as they call it, is as good, even with Messi. I just don't think the full the overall quality of play is not what they're used to. Travel said that's okay as long as it's not Scousers or the Rags. All right. Oh, the Spurs. Okay. Trash talking the English Premier League. This video is Lucha's white noise music. Well, it's my pee music. Mathis, sometimes a man's got to go to the bathroom. It's hard to do these streams for 3 hours and not have to go to the bathroom. Well, I didn't even really drink that much of this, so I must have stored up. But yeah, so that's that's my life. I'm an open book, unfortunately. Rufus says I only watch international football or soccer. Yeah. American soccer, not not as great according to most. I don't really watch a lot of soccer in general. World Cup, yeah, I'm not a big soccer fan, but as far as watching it, I used to like to play it as a kid. But and we talked the other day. I played goalie because nobody ever likes to be the goalie in anything. I love being the goalie. You know what? You know what the best part of being a hockey goalie is? What's the best part of being a hockey goalie? Aside from getting to wear a cool ass mask. What would be the best part? Rufus says probably nothing. That's not true. When you're the goalie, as long as you're not having a horrible day or day, you get to play the whole game while everyone else is out there for 30 to 60 second shifts and running back to the bench. You never have to leave the ice. You're the one player that plays the entire game. Unless you really stink and then they pull you. Rufus says it looks like a headache waiting to happen. Nah, it's the best. It's fun. It's a challenge. I love the goalie playing. On ice, on feet, on inline skates. Never cared. I just like to play. Just like to play. It was fun. Rufus is just joking. Nah, you're good. It's all good. It's all good. I love the goaltending. So what else is going on out there? We've talked about an awful lot of watches today. Jeez, oh Pete. Like just a ton of watch content today for us. Much less of the we don't do a lot of drama here, but even much less of the food talk. And no politics today. No politics, a little bit of food, and a lot of watches. Started off the show by saying that it's freezing out, and I renamed my Omega Seamaster Aquaterra the Aqua Tundra. That dial is gorgeous on that watch. Like I said, some girl complimented me on my watch yesterday, which people don't do that much anymore, but that watch is absolutely stunningly beautiful. But it is still cold out. We did start with breakfast, which I invented something just for you guys. This is a sausage waffle Benedict. Waffle, sausage, microgreens, waffle butter, microgreens, sausages, egg, and a kind of made a maple hollandaise, which kind of thinned out, so it didn't really make a good coating on the eggs, but you can kind of see it there on the side dripping onto the sausage there. But topped it off with some scallions, and it was absolutely delicious. I'm at the point now where I have to create breakfast dishes to have something different to show you guys. Damn, that's a lot of breakfast we've shared. I've shared a lot of breakfast with you guys. I did not poach my egg. I put it actually in an egg ring and put the cover on and just kind of steam the top. Skip Intro says, which watch do you wear when you're dining on these meals? It could be any of them. Really, I think I had the Aquaterra on this morning. I had actually switched because we were talking about the Planet Ocean, but I think I had the Aquaterra on this morning. Yeah, I don't have a cooking watch per se, with the exception if I'm doing something exceptionally grease splatter, like something that's going to fry and really splatter, or where I might be knocking things around, I will pull out either a G-Shock or the Conquest. Trouble says it's just a shame I never eat breakfast. It's the most important meal of the day, Brett Trouble. At least that's what they taught when I was in school. It's not something that I eat every day, except lately since I've had time off. I have been able to cook some more breakfast. We'll be making the menemen, another Turkish breakfast this weekend for you guys. So look for that on Sunday. But I also, amongst the core lucha beliefs is waste not, want not. So I try and get this stuff in there and eat it. Yes, but it's horseshit. Oh, it could be. It could be. That's just back in the day. That's the way they taught. You know, there were the Ford food groups, and breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Was the way they taught it back in the day. Who knows who's right? I know. I certainly don't. I certainly don't. I'm going to switch back to the Aqua. I think it matches my spider attire better today. And it's just such a comfy watch. It's so comfy. It's the new bracelet is really comfortable. It's really light. I love the new clasp. You know, I wish that they would put a sport clasp on it. It's I mean, it's a Seamaster Aqua. It's 150 meters worth of water resistance. I think you could put a sport clasp on it. But if you're not going to, they addressed the things, the problems. You know, I love the watch. I've always been an Aquaterra fanboy and apologist, but the new bracelet is so much better. It wears better. The rounded links, the shorter links are just better. The comfort settings better, and the new crown. The crown works easier. So the issues that I've always had with the watch, they have addressed. No complaints. Also, we talked about the fact that my dog, my blind dog, Sherman, is smart. He drags his bed over to, and I need to get him a new bed. He's kind of worn this one out. But he drags his bed over on top of the heating grate and sleeps on it there so he can suck up most of the heat in the room. Mitch Halpern commented on that. He is with Sherman. Love Mitch Halpern. Hope he's doing well. Got to see him a little bit yesterday. I was tuned into the show yesterday. If you get a chance, go check it out. Jody from Just One More Watch was on, spruiking his own watch brand. And we had the armpit snuggle shot of Shermie. What a good dog. Jed G says smart Sherman. Yes, he's very smart. He likes to stay warm. He's so funny. He's gotten fat. Since Rebel's gone, he really doesn't do much. I hate to bring another dog in right now. I don't know what to do. He won't really play with the cats. He doesn't mind the cats, and the cats don't mind him. Sometimes Shadow will go snuggle with him in the bed, but he won't chase them around. But yeah, he's put on some weight. Rufus loves Sherman. Yes, he's the best. He is the most loving creature I've ever met in my life. He just kind of loves everyone and everything, and he's just a good dog. You know, he's born blind. He has microphthalmia. You look in that other picture, he has. You see how small his eyes are. My vet seemed to think that maybe he could, when I first got him, that the one area, see how small his eyes are? It's called microphthalmia. So he didn't have to have him, out and sewn shut or anything, thank God. So he didn't have to have any pain from it, but he just can't see. She seemed to think he could see a little bit of light and shadow out of his left eye. And when he does go outside on a sunny day, he does look up into the sun. I don't know if that's the warm or if he can actually see a little bit of light come in, but just a good boy. Just a good boy. The Sherman is. And we also made the Filipino sea log yesterday. Let's see. With your breakfast, I can see why he's fat. Yes. Jody's nice channel to watch for super budget watches. I agree. He rarely covers watches I find anything worth my time to consider. Mostly hyper cheap in price and quality. Yeah, I agree. He does a lot of cheap stuff. But he's a nice guy. He's fun. You know. But that just goes to show there are a plethora of channels and viewing options and style. People like different stuff, and you're allowed to. But you can also, you know, I always tell you, support the channels that have the content that you like. I think that's a paramount importance. If somebody's doing something that you enjoy, then you should go and watch those people, support those people, because it's important. But Sherman Talk, I lost half my viewers. There you go. I lost half the viewers talking about my lovely blind dog. What do you know? But yeah, he was on JJ's last night on the Tuesday show with Jen G and company. But Mitch, what brought it up was Mitch Halpern had commented on the Sherman picture. It's always nice to see. Always very nice on my Instagram. Always comments and likes things. So good to see him. Hope he's doing well. As I hope you're all doing well. The sea log was delicious. Watch talk. Let's see if there's anything else happening in the watch news. Those pink Blancpains are an aberration. Let's see if there's anything else interesting out there. Bulgaria, I never really liked. Hublot, no. We covered the new Spin Time Louis Vuittons. We talked about the new Fair GMT. This is cool. How about the Gerald Charles released 2 more watches? I know that PG, esteemed member of the community, loves the Gerald Charles. John D says, good to support all genuinely honest watch content creators, but the super cheap and homage brands are just not for me. Yeah, I get it. They're really not for me either. I just kind of like Jody. I don't religiously watch his show, but he's one of those infectious personality guys, you know. So these would be the 25th anniversary Gerald Charles releases. Now you have to like this case shape. You know, watch brand founded by the late watch designer Gerald Genta in 2000, now in the hands of Federico Zavani. Celebrates its 25th anniversary with 2 special editions of its flagship Maestro watch. Ultra thin lapis blue lazuli. Yeah, I mean, you have to like this, the style. You have to have room in your collection for something in a different style. Hold on, get messages. Nothing major. But again, I will be a special guest panelist again on the Escapement Show Saturday morning. So if you're in the UK, I mean, it's 6:30 in the morning here. It's in the afternoon over there, but check it out. Skip interest. Do you think you grab one of those Blancpain Swatch? I don't care for them. I didn't care for the original releases, and this new pink one I just really had no time for. But some people will. Like I said, with the Moon Swatch, I understood, because you're gonna draw from more than just watch people. You're gonna have a certain amount of watch collectors who want to collect that stuff. You're gonna have a certain amount of people that just always wanted a Speedmaster and couldn't afford one, and at least it looks like a Speedmaster. And then you're gonna have all your NASA and Apollo people who collect that type of stuff. And that's why I never understood why they didn't do a bond, do a 300 swatch and do get the bond collectors, because an awful lot of people collect bond stuff. I had done some groundwork for a guest to come on and talk watches and Formula One. I had started this a year ago and it finally came to fruition. Do you have a channel, Rufus? Where are you doing this? Let us know. Where is this going to be happening? We're always interested in good content. We need to know where to find it. Yeah, so skip intro. That's I didn't get it when they did it originally, and this new pink one. I mean, it's just a very. No, unfortunately, I linked Timar into this back then, so he got the gas. I just went with it tonight at 8. Oh, cool. Hey, it's what it is, you know. It is what it is. He's still doing his shows. Hopefully he's successful. I don't care. I won't watch him, but except for when he's clipped on like a curly show, which is usually some sort of gonzo normally. So, but you don't have to tell me twice that I'm not wanted. Yeah, so that's fine. Oh, they got the 25 on the rotor on these Gerald Charles as well. I don't know what these guys. This is the Tourbillon. It does not have a 25 on the rotor. It's got a honeycomb rotor. This is kind of interesting looking. 39 diameter. So the Tourbillon looks like 122,000 euros. That's an expensive watch. Damn. How much is the other one? Did I miss it? 23,100 euros for the lapis blue. I'm sorry, the lapis lazuli. Again, if you like the case, cool. A lot of people don't, but whatever. It is what it is. So Christopher Ward has updated the C65 Dune collection. Let's see what Christopher. Oh, we're going with the pattern dial now. It really reminds me of the new Aqua Racer tag dials. Yes, that one is to simulate the desert sand. They also do it in green, blue, and gray, which I understand the desert sand pattern on the brown, on the sand-colored one. The other ones don't make as much sense to my mind initially, but I guess if you're going to do it, you do it on all of them. No price hikes, still $1,000. These are like 38 millimeter watches. Oh, there's a bronze. Christopher Ward does very nice cheap watches, you know. 38 millimeter, yeah, 38 by 43.7. So it's not a very big watch, but it is what it is. They know what they do, and they kind of do it well. Every once in a while, they'll go off script with something like the Bel Canto to get them a little attention, which is good. Anything that gets people into watches. Let's see. I'm backed up in the chat here. Let's see. Kim Illman, YouTuber, Formula One watch guy. Oh, I have to look him up. John D says, never going to watch that clown again unless it's a mockery. That's the only time I catch him. Yeah, I don't watch him. Like I said, he basically said, I don't want you. I don't want you running my second show, and I don't want you in my chat. You don't have to tell me twice. Haven't seen Tim for a long time. Yeah, I just don't watch it. No, don't go there. John G says, Gerald Charles is similar to Maurice Grossman, as neither was run by the name which is used for the brand. Branding gimmicks at their best won't entertain buying either company's products. There you go. Yeah, the whole Gerald Genta thing is odd. How people use his name, to evoke things. Even to an extent, the Ingenieur, I know it was a Gerald Genta design originally and stuff, but boy, did they lean into that when they introduced that, and they had his wife out there, and which, I mean, God bless her, if it was a way for her to make some money, cool. Jonathan Quell Higgins, how are you? He says the Maurice Grossman watches are amazing, while Gerald Charles are unapologetically ugly. Yeah. The Grossman, I saw Tim's Grossman in person. It was more impressive in person than it looks on screen, but it's still at that price for that watch. I don't get it. I'm slowly building a YouTube studio, but all I have now is audio, but it should be a great show tonight. Cool. Good deal, Rufus. Good deal. Rufus, also big supporter of, I believe, both my Facebook and Instagram pictures and posts. You're ever on the old Instagram, go look me up. You can see what's going on in the life. Let's see. We also do the old Facebook page. A lot of the Facebook. I don't do much on the Facebook anymore. It's much more pull up memories and stuff. So, you know what? Speaking of which, I'm going to share this tab. So that's a buddy of mine's nephew. It's a memory, but here's another memory. This is 8 years ago now. Jeez, oh Pete. This is Ray Lynn. This is when she was on Monday Night Raw. That was 8 years ago. Just doesn't seem right that was 8 years ago that she was on Raw. That is, we'll go over and boom. That's my friend's daughter, who is a professional wrestler. She was on WWE Raw one night. She did a lot of AEW stuff back in the day, like AEW Dark and stuff. And she wrestles for Jeannie Buss and the Wow people, but that's her just like a couple months ago. She was in Pittsburgh wrestling. I stopped to see her. Stopped to watch her match. Ray Lynn is her name normally, or Ray Cray. She's gone by before. And when she wrestles for Jeannie Busses, it's Chantilly Chella. Chella. Rufus says, as a culinary graduate, I have to give you kudos on your plating and food. Oh, well, thank you, Rufus. Yeah, as a car salesman manager guy, I do my best. I try and look at the plate and just think. I don't always hit it. There's a lot of times I miss, but I think lately I get it more right than wrong. And for me, so a lot of people are like, well, why don't you go be a cook in a restaurant? Well, that's a lot of work. That's stressful cooking to me. My brother is a sous chef at a local restaurant. That just seems like a lot of work. I do it as relaxation and artistic expression. It's a way to present. And normally the artistic expression is for you guys. But that's my friend Rachel, the professional wrestler. But yeah, she was on Raw. She got squashed by Nia Jax. It wasn't a very long match. The look she's making is the look, the scared look that because that big woman is going to come crush her. But over on the Facebook, you get hockey pictures. Like, like that stuff. Look at that. You get me in front of a WRX pictures. That me and my friend Tracy and Ted at the hockey game, at the Penguins game. That was Tracy's first Penguins game. You get a big pork chop. Look at that. Delicious. Not bad plating. My dog and my food. So yeah, you get interesting plates of food and interesting stuff over there. We've still got 19 people watching. Jeez, oh Pete, there must not be anything on the YouTube today. We did lose half our audience. So I assume that somebody else had fired up a stream, but maybe not. Because there's still 18 of you here listening to me babble about nothing. Oh. Yeah, take a quick look around. I don't see anything else for you guys to watch. Sorry. Sorry you're stuck with me. Those of you that are still watching, we've got 3 hours and 22 minutes in here. Rufus says I had a stroke in 2019 due to all the stress of being in hospitality industry for over 30 years. Left me permanently. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's a tough. Like I said, I do it. It's a relaxation thing for me, and it's a health thing. I firmly believe that if you make your own food, you're going to be healthier. You're just naturally eating better. You're not getting all of the crap that you get in the fast food. You don't know what you're getting all the time, so you want to make sure that you're eating properly. It happens more. Thank you. I'm doing well. It's good. Good to hear. Yeah, we like. But yeah. So and then to make interesting looking plates. I like to make interesting looking food. Like I said, some of them come out, some of them don't. Some of the pictures work, some of the pictures don't. There was that watch. The Pilot's Watch Chronograph AMG Limited Edition. I liked and hated that watch. Sherman looking at my plate of food. That was a Moroccan mushroom tagine that I made. Roasted red pepper sauce. I gotta make that again. That was really good. I think I made that with captivity pasta. I do love ninjas. That's an old picture. 12 years ago. I think I'm wearing a Formula One in that picture. It was in Vegas. In the Vegas. Some of the cool cars. Some of the hats. Yeah. Cavatappi and spicy sweet roasted red pepper. Pecorino Romano sauce. Delicious. That meal is delicious. I need to make that. Mushroom stroganoff, that stuff I just made. Lots of other pictures. Lots of hockey pictures. You name it, it's there. There I am in my 50s playing inline. Oh, look at that. Look at that guy. Look at all that sweat through all those pads. Look at the sweat around my neck. It's crazy. There's an awful lot of weight playing the goalie. It's nuts. I tell you, it's nuts. Boom. There's the masks. The one's over here behind me. The other one's actually downstairs. But always had some sort of lucha sticker, luchador on the bottom there. And the old helmets would be on the side or the back, depending where I could put it. Yes, that was rollerblade hockey. That's it, kind of my mid 40s. I hadn't played in a few years, so I bought some street hockey equipment. I thought I'd just go putz around a little bit with some of the kids, just as a different way of exercising, aside from riding my bike and all the other stuff. And I ended up hooking up with these guys who did inline hockey, and they were using pucks that were pretty heavy. They were, deck hockey pucks, but they weren't light. And I was going home all bruised up. So I bought some better goalie equipment and a better helmet and started playing that, with that stuff. So I wasn't getting all the bruises. It was fun. But then once I had the heart valve replaced, I couldn't do it anymore. Mark thinks he's Tom Barrasso. Former Penguin great. I believe he just got in the Hall of Fame, too. Tom Barrasso, I just learned, has more points. I don't think he ever had a goal. And so these would all be assists. More points than any goalie in NHL history. When that came up because Nedeljkovic scored a goal the other night, and in that game he also had an assist, becoming the first goalie in NHL history to have both a goal and an assist in the same game. Always exciting. Always exciting. So it was a 2016 one-year wait, 10K deposit at a time when that was pretty uncommon. There you go. So I don't know, Tandem. I don't know if you were watching earlier, but I flipped over to the old Facebook page. But one of the things that came up was a memory of just a memory today that came up of my friend Rachel, Raylyn, my friend's daughter. In fact, that's her mom up here. She says, Mark, thanks for sending me this picture and thank you for being one of Raylyn's biggest fans. Yeah. I always try to go see her when she's in town. I think she's coming in early February to do something. Her and her husband, Sam Adonis, or her boyfriend, Sam Adonis. But that was the night that she was on Raw. That was 8 years ago. Doesn't seem like that long ago. I'm getting old. On this day, Bathyscaphe Chess touched down on the seafloor in the Mariana Trench. On this day, 1960, becoming the expedition farthest from the Earth's surface and besting the Mount Everest expedition. Very cool. Interesting. So what else is going on out there? You got 25 people watching. What is happening, gang? Go back over to the Instagram. Oh, my. Talk to me, folks. Talk to me. Van Beesbrook. I wasn't the biggest Van Beesbrook fan. He had his own little style. Those guys back then, so before Patrick Roy started doing the butterfly on a regular basis, those guys were much more stand-up goaltenders, which is kind of the way I play because I'm old and jumping down on my knees too much in my old age was it didn't leave me would bang on my knees a little bit for no reason. Couldn't play as long. But we would play, like when I was playing with those inline guys, we would play every Sunday morning that we could, unless it rained or snowed. We would play, and we would play for 3, 4, 5 hours. I'd have to check my sugar a lot, especially when it was hot, when it was heated. The one guy's wife was a nurse practitioner, and she would watch. She'd send people over with candy to me sometimes. And be like, "Hey," she says, "you need candy." She just watch my face. Mark's fave goalie was Montreal great Red Light Rasico. No. Let me see if I can find the picture, because it's actually a cool picture. So, because I always said that this picture could be like an album picture, like the back of an album cover, kind of a deal. But Young Mark, yes, let's go into Young Mark. Boom. Look at that guy in the Islanders jersey with all that hair. Look at all. Oh, I'm not showing the right screen. Well, let me share the screen. Look at that guy in the Islanders jersey with all that hair. What jersey am I wearing? Whose jersey am I wearing? Trivia time. Olaf Kolzig. Oh my God, there's a name I haven't thought of in years. Yeah, he was a great goalie. I was a Patrick Roy fan. Sean Burke. Rufus says Islanders can't see the number. It is not an error. It's a goalie. I tell. It's a goalie, Dan. Well, if you look carefully at the picture, I believe that you can see that the first number is a 3 and that the second number is a 0. Now, that is moving day to State College. This day we loaded up the U-Haul and took off for Penn State. JT Harry says one of the Sutter brothers. Well, it would be a good guess, but no, it is not one of the Sutter brothers. I will tell you that Billy Smith wore 31, and he was one of my favorite goalies. 4-time Stanley Cup champion, Hall of Famer Billy Smith. But that is not a Billy Smith. That is not a 31. That is actually a 30. And it's funny because this is not the team that this guy is normally associated with. Although he was the goalie in one of the longest games in NHL history, ended by I think, 4th overtime slap shot from Pat LaFontaine. It is not Ilya Sorokin. Now, not Ilya Sorokin, not a Sutter brother, not Eric Lindros. Gordon Bombay. Wasn't it Dr. Bombay from the old Bewitched show? He had kind of become one of my favorite goalies for a stretch between two teams. Anyone from Toronto would not like him. Definitely not a Guy Lafleur jersey, BW. Oh, that's a coach from, okay, the Mighty Ducks movies. Definitely not Guy Lafleur. I don't think he ever played for the Islanders, and it's a 30, not a 10. Yeah, Dr. Bombay, I think, was the witch doctor in Bewitched. BW says what I know. It is not Grant Fuhr. He's most known for playing for Edmonton. I believe he played for St. Louis later in his career. He was never one of my favorites because he played for Edmonton. Rufus says Jean-Francis Berube. No. Now, if it was Felix Potvin, Toronto fans would love the jersey. But as it's not Felix Potvin, Toronto fans would hate the jersey. It's an odd spelling. I believe he still may be a commentator. I hate the Leafs. Patel says, I hate the Leafs anyways. Not an Ed Belf. I've had one Chicago Blackhawks jersey in my life. My youngest brother has it still to this day. It was a number 23. It was the red jersey, which I always thought was one of the best looking jerseys, the Blackhawks red jersey. It's number 23. It is Stu the Grim Reaper Grimson. I had a Stu Grimson jersey, of all things. I also had a Paul Coffey jersey back in the day. Lots of Crosby, Lemieux, Jagers, Smolkins. I think who else? I had a bunch of jerseys. You tend to stick to the more established guys that are going to be around and maybe retire with the team, so you can. And a Zarley Zalapsky jersey at one point, a number 33. Now, big commentator. I believe he's a commentator now. He was not a mask guy. He was a helmet guy. And he's best known for his time after the Islanders. Although in that 4 overtime game, I believe he made like 75 saves. He played out of his mind in that game. It was a game 7. Won by Patrick LaFontaine, number 16 for the Islanders. American guy was Pat LaFontaine. This guy was Canadian, the goalie. Silent letter in his name. How's that? Not Ron Hextall. There it is, Rufus. Kelly Rudy. It was a Kelly Rudy jersey. Ding, 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 ding. And Leafs fans would hate him because he's most known for after he left, he was traded from the Islanders to the Kings. He played on that Gretzky team that beat Toronto in the conference finals. Yes, Kelly Rudy. Loved Kelly Rudy. Don't know why. Just started. Well, I was an Islanders fan, but he came out and he was replacing Billy Smith, who was getting old, and he just really was playing well. He was really, really playing well. So yeah, there's that. Who doesn't love a silent letter? Who says had to go to Google for that one? You had me stumped, Mark. I think he's still a commentator on, in Hockey Night in Canada or something like that. I see him come up in clips every once in a while on the dreaded YouTube. So see his opinions and stuff. But yeah, he's Kelly Rudy, great goalie. But that game, it was Easter Eve, and it was 4 or 5 overtimes against the Capitals. It was a great game, and it was so exciting, and the guys were so tired. You could just see they were dragging ass at the end of that game. And puck popped out to Pat LaFontaine. He just kind of spun around, shot it. It was one of those seeing eye pucks. Goal. I just remember I was watching that game, and it just kept going and going and going. And in between the overtimes, they would do it was on ESPN, they would do Sports Centers. And that was like early Chris Berman and those guys. They were going nuts. What a game. What a game. Again, I think he made 70-some saves in that game. It was nuts. It was absolutely nuts the way that game went. But yes, that was Kelly Rudy. Who doesn't love Kelly Rudy? No. If Father Artifact was in the chat, he would have got it, I think, dear Artifact. He would be of age to know who Kelly Rudy was. Yeah, that was the day that we moved to State College. So my first 2 years at Penn State, I went to Penn State Beaver campus. And then in Beaver County. Excuse me. And then we went up to main campus. And that was the day that we moved. We had a big apartment. There was 4 of us. We had a big apartment, but it wasn't furnished, so we had to bring all our own stuff up. So we loaded up the U-Haul and drove on up. And I was driving. Hold on. Let me get back to that. Yeah, here's when we were actually leaving. There I am in the old Camaro. Bum, 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 bum. With the Kelly Rudy jersey on. Yeah, we took the car. We took my car and the U-Haul up. Good times. But we're down to 15 people watching. We're just a few minutes short of 3 hours and 45 minutes. How many upvotes did we do? We ever get over 30? 33 upvotes. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. If you haven't hit the like button and upvoted the stream, please do. We do appreciate it. It lets us know you like what we're doing. We'll go for another, we'll go to 4 hours. I guess we'll go another 15 minutes till 1:45. And I'll get about my day. But it was Thursday. It was cold. There wasn't much going on. I thought I'd bring you a show. Hope you guys appreciated it. We reviewed the new Tag Heuer Chronosprint. We looked at the Blancpain Swatch Pink Aberration. We looked at some Fairs, some Breitlings, some Omegas. What else did we look at? We looked at a bunch of stuff. Gerald Charles. We looked at some vintage watches, some newer watches. I mean, we looked at a little bit of everything. Hold on. Oh. Yeah, no idea what that was. Some kind of spam message. I hate that they spam your text messages now. That is definitely a bummer. I'm going to check out all watch news again, see if anything new came up. Oh, the new Ming finally came up. We looked at the new Ming, the new Fair, the new Gerald Charles. We looked at the Louis Vuitton Tambor Spin Times again. We looked at the Tambor Convergence. Let's see. We looked at the new Christopher Ward Dune update. We looked at the new turquoise colored watches, those being the IWC Mark 20, the Tudor Flamingo Blue, and the Omega Aquaterra turquoise lacquered out. Ooh. I don't think much else is going on. The other day we looked at the new Zenith Rainbow, which made me stress again over why. We looked at those. Yeah, we can take a peek. We looked at those the other day. I wasn't impressed with the new formula. You're going to see so much of this Formula One stuff coming out. It is going to be insane. We close some of these. I got 1,000 tabs open here. Let me close some of these, and we'll go pull up the article on that again. Yeah, there's not much there, I don't think. Hold on, guys. What happened? Okay, there it goes. Wasn't working there for a second. Was not refreshing. Well, yeah, we looked at these the other day. I wasn't terribly impressed with them there, Rufus. I've owned some Formula Ones back in the day that were better looking. I have a feeling LVMH is going to be slamming us on the heads with all kinds of releases. I don't ever envy the person that has to take down all those Rolex sites. Yeah. Yeah. You're going to see Formula One. You're going to see releases. You're probably more releases from Tag this year than any year in the last 25. At least these are automatics and not quartz. They're not particularly good looking. I thought that they were kind of expensive for what they were. Let me go. You know, they're not terrible, but they're not great. That new purple glass box is much better looking watch. 200 meters water resistance. That's better. I mean, some interesting straps. The verdict. 4,600 bucks, 5,100 US in titanium, 53 in DLC titanium, 5,800 in the Oracle Red Bull Racing Edition. Yeah, not working for me. That's a hard no for me especially at those prices. Because the Formula One's supposed to be kind of an entry level line, a lot of quartz, a lot of stuff, 44 millimeters. I don't mind that, but yeah, I'm just not. It's not tickling my fancy, if you will. Not hitting the notes. But we got a couple more minutes here. We'll stick around for, and I'm going to move on with my day. Hopefully, there's other shows for you guys to watch and get your content from. But I'm glad that you guys decided to stop by for a while today. Seemed like we had a pretty good crowd for most of the day. High 20s, low 30s most of the day. Got 34 upvotes. I can't. Yeah, again, I tell you guys this all the time, and I'm just shocked that anybody comes over and hear me say anything. So I do appreciate you spending a little bit of time with me. It gives me something to do. The link is pinned at the top for the Cobra. If anybody wants to donate to that, again, no one's required to do anything. We will bring you content regardless. But anybody who wants to help, I do appreciate it. I know BW, Anthony, and what was the other guy? It's logged out. What's his name? Yeah, I haven't seen him in the chat in a while. That's why I forgot. But all thank you. Appreciate those. And you got about 10 more minutes to babble about. If somebody's got something else they want to look up or talk about, let me know. Other than that, we'll be going off the air, if you will. Still like that purpley. There is an article finally on All Watch News about the new Ming diver. I wish it was bigger. It's kind of interesting looking. What is the price on this thing? Ming tends to be, oh, excuse me, a little bit expensive. $52.50 Swiss francs. Jeez. For a Salida SW300. 38 44.5 lug to lug. Yeah, it's a small watch. Small, it's small. It looms up cool though. Will Omega release a bronze gold Seamaster? They may. Is that what Daniel Craig was wearing? If he was wearing it, you know it's coming, Anthony, because that seems to be their new release strategy. Show Daniel Craig wearing it. Excuse me. And then release it. Did you ever get that beautiful? I saw Bruce Williams did a video on it. That beautiful red two-tone. I wish they did that in a 41. What he was talking about, Anthony was talking about the other day, looking at this watch, and I believe they have this at Joyce's. Well, let's do this. Steel gold. There it is. This watch is cool. In the video, I'll see if I can find a couple highlights of it here real quick. Just steal Bruce's content, but I saw a video he did on this watch. Yeah, certain. Yeah, Oh, what did that do? What did that happen? Why is that working that way now? That's what. Let me see. There it is. I've stopped down and checked it out in person. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you got some new used pieces in. I was pretty sure they had that. Oh, maybe it's gone. Oh, it's not there. Oh, you got the white and the black 41s in. They must have sold it. But anyway, to that end, Bruce Williams made a video on this about a month ago. Look at that thing. It looks so much better in these videos than in the mock-up pictures and stuff. And they don't do a lot of advertising on these two-tones. But look at the dial on that watch. So that looks like the terracotta, very similar to the terracotta dial, but in a two-tone on the new bracelet. It's a gorgeous piece. Really, really like this piece. This is one you don't see a lot of people talking about. Kind of standard Aquaterra loom. Wow, go look at that. Like I said, what I like about people who do good content is you get a much better appreciation for the timepiece. Yeah, the mock-ups you see on the Omega website, it looks you don't see the vibrance of the sunray finish on that red, how it matches with the. I wish they did this in a 41. That would be a winner. It's such a good looking watch. I know, John D, I could pull off a 38 in your estimation, but Treble says you gotta love that dial. That dial on that watch is amazing. It really, really, really beautiful. So that would be the same watch as this, but in a 38 in two-tone with that gold or with that red dial. It's really good looking piece. I like the black one. The black two-tone is beautiful. Like I said, I saw it in person, and it's gorgeous. I could literally one and done a watch like that. Just never look back. And Gerald says not get it on a NATO. And the beauty is on that watch that they will tell you. Hold on. That you should buy it on a NATO. Can you imagine wearing a two-tone Aquaterra on a NATO? It's so crazy. That's insane. Let's see if we can find a good color for it. Well, maybe the sand works a little better. Green, no. Gray, no. Bond, no. No. Black and red, no. Orange, no. Oof, brutal. It's so brutal, but fun. Oh, man. These are terrible. These are all terrible ideas. Why, Omega? Why? Oh, man. There it is. That's your winner right there. Exactly, Charlie. Exactly. What the F? So, all right, guys. I'm going to get ready to get on out of here. Thanks again for showing up. I appreciate it. Thanks for talking. Give me something to do this fine wintry morning. Anthony, thanks again for telling me to go talk to those guys at Joyce's. They were amazing. Well, and where we gotta go where we began. Well, there was a sea log. That's so good. Filipino say, have you ever seen sea log, SILOG, on a breakfast menu somewhere? Just order it. And then this was the creation I came up with this morning for you guys. It's sort of a waffle sausage Benedict with waffle butter, microgreens, sausages, egg, and green onions, and a little hollandaise, maple hollandaise. Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for coming by. So that was this morning's breakfast. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll be making the minima this weekend. I'll see you on Sunday. I'll see you Saturday if anybody wants to come over to the Escapement show and check that out. I know it's early here in the States, but if not, check it on the replay. Thomas Burnett always does a very thoughtful show, and he has a great panel of guests. So that should be fun. Honored that he asked if I would come back. So, guys, everyone be good. And we will see you on Sunday at the very least. If nothing's going on, maybe another day. We'll see. Check out the Escapement show. Check out the Luchabetic show. Check out Logan Hall's Girl Streams. And I will see you guys later. Hold on. Jeez, oh, Pete.